Test. 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 Test, test, mic check, test. Test, test.
Yeah, we didn't like score anything, so I just kind of
Yeah, you guys can sit there. If you want to hold this too, it'll be on the live stream.
No, it's gonna be just quick.
Okay. Well, it's going to be on camera, just so you know.
I really like Oh, okay. Oh, no way. It's fine. I was just almost with the round. Did we just reach out about the vet?
No, yeah. I'll put it. Dude,
That's the plan.
Yeah.
Can you give me your name, title, and stuff?
Yeah, I'm Justin Seinfeld. Yeah. I'm Justin Seinfeld, the CEO and founder of Doris Dad, president and co-founder.
Can you give me a quick 30-second pitch about what you guys do?
Yeah, Doris Dad is a product development service business that's out both category defining category launch, scale, and supply chain for communities, community wellness, device brand, innovating across the entire and beyond with community wellness research.
So, given your experience, which one piece of advice you have for anyone
Yeah, just get started. I think the hardest thing to do is take that first step. As you get going, you build a momentum, you figure stuff out, and it's really just take that first step.
So this is the vital question I got you told about FounderMade ATX. What are your predictions for the 2024? And what do you expect to see more of to
Predictions for 2024, we're going to continue to see hardships or challenges, scaling for just digital channels. A lot of digital brands are going to look for ways to find their audiences, customer base beyond just kind of digital. Retail, wholesale, and other distribution channels. I also think there's going to be growing concerns and tensions in supply chain issues around the world. There's a lot of macro things kind of play out across the supply chain.
That's it. Easy enough. Our part's next.
Cool. Yeah.
I imagine you can solve it.
Yeah, just a little mellow.
TJ,
No, but you could
Good luck.
on other social media presence, like Ricky, whatever you want.
Hey, Justin.
Oh, yeah.
Man, I'm looking at prices something like this.
What is it? What?
The accessory that you're using. What is it?
It's I guess this is the
Small
rig.
rig?
Yeah, we just got it. The guy who got it, he's here. I'll ask him
No, it's small. I know small rig. I have everything small rig. But it's like it's not for it's meant to like whatever it is. It's like a self.
Oh yeah, it's a mic stand that we use for the Rode mic.
Okay.
It's just attached.
Can you move over?
Oh, are they
Well,
doing
because it's
photos
live
right now?
streaming and he's standing up, so it's going to be out of his crotch. So we can't really
Yeah, I
live
turned it
stream
off.
Oh, you turned it off. Okay, perfect. You're back. You're back. Go back. Sorry.
All right, Jake, so come sit down.
Whenever you have a moment.
I can leave this on. Yeah.
All right, live stream viewers, how's it going? It's your boy Ding.
It's Jake. We're with the Manifest team, with the FounderMade team. This is the first ever FounderMade event in Austin. We're pumped to be here.
And we're pumped to bring you some live content on the feed today. We're going to be interviewing founders and attendees at today's event, asking them about the hottest topics in the D2C space, as well as founders of great brands, talking about what's happening here. We're here live on Manifest.eco's LinkedIn page. We're live on FounderMade's YouTube, and we're here in Austin, Texas for South by Southwest. Got a lot of great founders, a lot of great folks in the space in the house today, and we're about to go out and find some folks to sit down with us for these interviews.
So we'll be back here shortly with some attendees, and we're going to ask them some questions. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
All right.
Testing. 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 Testing.
founders and attendees come onto the stream and ask them some fun questions. Again, this stream is brought to you by FounderMade and Manifest.eco. We're live right now. Check out these gorgeous, here, let me take this lantern off today. My author. If you find this live stream entertaining and insightful, give us a follow on the page, subscribe to the channel, like and comment on the video. Oh, I'm muted for. All right, so some brief muting difficulties here. We are live here at FounderMade's Austin Direct-to-Consumer Executive Summit, powered by Manifest.eco. If you're watching this on LinkedIn and YouTube and are enjoying the live content, please give us a subscribe, a follow on the page, and share the stream with your friends. If you're finding this insightful and valuable, we would love to get that information out to more folks. Thank you so much for tuning in. And right now we're finishing up lunch here at the summit, and we're about to have some executives lined up for some one-on-one interviews on this live stream. So keep tuned. We'll be back shortly.
What's up, live stream? We're here with some interviews on the side while we're at lunch. I'm here with Bailey. What's up, Bailey?
Hey, how you doing? I'm good.
So, Bailey, what company are you with? What's your role, and why are you here at the FounderMade D2C Executive Summit?
Yeah, so I'm the founder and CEO of a company called Freight Returns. At the FounderMade Summit, just to meet some other founders, meet some brands, do some networking, and also just come to a nice venue as well. Really, it's been really great so far.
Nice. And so you're from Canada, right? Toronto?
I'm from Toronto. We actually came from Toronto just for the event. So obviously very excited about it.
Cool. And I know it's lunchtime right now.
Yeah.
So we've done the first half of the events. What's been the highlights so far?
I mean, no bias, but definitely hearing a bit about Manifest. Just the mission that Manifest is on, I thought was really, really cool. Like we're a sustainability focused company as well. So hearing that you're trying to make supply chains and 3PLs more sustainable was fantastic. So I really enjoyed that.
And what do you guys do at Freight Returns?
So we're returns management software. So you go to like a retailer site, typically you put in like an order number and postal code, or I guess in the US it's a zip code. So we do like the customer facing returns portal. But what we do a little bit differently is we actually try and reduce returns sent to warehouses. Obviously, you guys understand the pain of returns coming back to warehouses. It's very wasteful as well as very expensive. So we do two things to try to decrease that. One is actually assessing the condition of items before they're shipped back to warehouses. So say, for example, something's in poor condition, maybe it gets shipped directly to a recycling center or refurbishment center, instead of it first going back to the warehouse, then just to go to that other destination. Or if they're in perfect condition, we'll actually try and ship them between customers. So instead of them going to the warehouse again, ship them directly between customers at a discount.
Really cool. That's good stuff. That's some good stuff right there. I love that you're also the founder of Freight Returns. I know we're at the FounderMade event. So maybe tell us a little bit about how you got started with, founding this company. How long have you been doing it for?
Yeah, we're still relatively early. So I'm about 2 years into the journey right now. So just really cool hearing stories of people that founded their companies 10 years ago and the ups and downs that they've been through. And I look at it and it's exciting, but also scary. Obviously we're again, very early, but looking like just hearing the wisdom of all these other founders has been really great.
Sweet. Let me see what other questions. All right. So what would be your one piece of advice to founders and entrepreneurs?
Oh man. I would say really learn to zoom out. Like as a founder, the ups and downs of the day to day are honestly immense. And like you can have a really bad day and you feel like the company's going to shut down. It feels so detrimental, especially if you're really early on. And then you have good days. It's like, oh my God, we're going to be $1 billion company one day. But it's not healthy to always just allow yourself to be so up and down. So take the time to like really zoom out and say, what's the last month been like? What's the last 3 months been like? And typically when you do zoom out, you realize things are going well and we are growing, and it makes you obviously feel a lot better about the progress that we made versus like the downs feeling so down.
Yeah. I mean, that's just be in the founder space.
Yeah.
Sales or just anywhere. Like the highs are high and the lows are low. So you really have to balance it out. And,
yeah.
That's great. That's a great piece of advice to everyone out there kind of listening. And so I guess that's all we have for you right now. Thanks for stopping by the booth, Bailey. But appreciate it. And
thank you. Yeah, appreciate it.
Yeah. All right. Cheers. I'm seeing. All right. We got our next person in the booth on the FounderMade live stream. So Zane, tell me a little bit about you, your role, and your company.
Yeah, sure. I'm CEO for Zero Foxtrot. We're based here in Austin. We are a military lifestyle brand. So we take a lot of military issued gear, make versions that are more for everyday wear. We also expand into like graphic tees and things along those lines too, and make some tactical gear.
Cool. And kind of what brought you to FounderMade today?
Yeah, I'm local here in Austin. Saw that there were a lot of folks that I've worked with in my past life that were attending or on the panels and things along those lines. So just wanted to catch up with folks, see what people have been up to with their brands, things that they're doing to navigate the space, and yeah, just all for networking purposes.
Cool, cool. And how long have you been doing Zero Foxtrot for?
I started in August, so just in August.
Nice.
So got in right before Q4, and it's been just been heads down trying to grow the business, and it's been an exciting few months.
So cool. And what kind of advice would you have to other founders out there as you're going through this right now? And what kind of advice would you have?
Yeah, I think some advice is, largely we've been able in a few months to really grow our brand significantly, and did that with the same team that was in place when I arrived there. And really, I think the advice is, coming in, a lot of folks, I think, just start pulling levers. I took a more patient approach, really understood the talents of the team, any gaps in their skills, and figuring out what resources they needed, and then giving them just room to operate. And that's really been beneficial for our brand. So I think, put trust in your team, give them the support that they need to really own their day-to-day. And when you do those things, the right stuff starts happening.
For sure. And kind of how did you get even started? Maybe the quick summary how you even got started with the business, if it's a little bit newer, and what made you start a brand, right?
Yeah, so I didn't start the brand. Took over as CEO.
Gotcha.
We were bought by a private equity group. But I've been a part of a lot of large D2C brands here in Austin. Tacovas, I used to head up customer acquisition for the Cowboy Boot brand. Duck Camp, which is in the hunting and fishing space. So really the private equity group was looking for more of a CMO backed CEO. So come from a customer acquisition background. And they just were, seeking out somebody who's been a part of some of the larger D2C brands in Austin to help drive the ship.
Nice. I got a pair of Tacovas, one of the first things I got when I came to Austin. So got to respect it. Respect the boots. Great ostrich skin.
That's the most comfortable skin.
For sure. And then kind of what has been your highlight so far of the FounderMade event, and maybe also what you're looking forward to in the afternoon?
Yeah, I think overall highlight, I just think it's stacked in terms of the folks that have been on the panel. I love the variety in terms of the brand representation, right? The folks that are here are touching multiple categories within the D2C space. And I think the most interesting thing about that is just, within each space, you have your own challenges. So it's great to see how people are navigating this. What I'm looking forward to most is, we haven't had a lot of breaks to really interact with each other yet. So looking forward to just, once we get through some of the panels and all of that, actually engaging more with the folks that are here.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I got one more question, and then we'll let you go talk about some folks around the event.
All right, sounds good.
So you have obviously some pretty legit experience in the DC market. Like, what predictions do you have for D2C in general in this upcoming year?
Yeah, I think really a lot of the D2C categories have become overly saturated, right? And from a consumer standpoint, I think there's starting to be some sentiment on, well, which brands are legit in terms of, are they just duplicating, what's the quality and things along those lines. So what I'm actually anticipating is there's going to be a much larger shift for a lot of D2C brands going more towards offline media, because that's a little bit more of a differentiator. It takes a little more work to really get that engine going versus just getting up ads on Meta or TikTok and things along those lines. So I think there's going to be a bit of a resurgence in offline media. It's already happening a little bit, but I imagine that for brands that really want to grow in the D2C space, that's something they're gonna have to lean in on.
How do you define offline media?
TV, obviously folks are jumping to streaming, but linear I think is a much stronger play still and I know my buddy Austin here, who's from Tatari, is music to his ears. But direct mail as well. I think more and more brands are having success with direct mail, and there's more legwork there to really dial in the creative and merchandising. But all of those channels I think are going to continue to grow.
All right, thanks, Zane. Hey, check out some offline media this year for your D2C brand. Definitely be leveraging that and kind of doubling down on that. But yeah, thanks, Zane, for stopping by the booth.
No problem.
Cheers. All right.
You want to grab like 2 more people?
Yeah, sure.
I have it on here.
All right. And for our next guest, we have.
My name is Austin Santino. Thank you.
Cool. And you're with
Tatari. So we're a platform where brands can buy and measure television. So connected TV, streaming, linear TV, etc.
Man, offline, very powerful. I know, the online stuff gets all the hype, but when you want to drive impact, check out that TV. So I'm curious, Austin, what's the biggest myth about TV buying?
I would say one of the bigger myths out there is that it's just for very large legacy brands, right? I think for emerging disruptor brands, it can seem incredibly intimidating, particularly because of some of the biggest gaps in the past around measurement, buying. Traditionally, it's been a very slow moving channel, but there's a lot of great technology and attribution partners out there that are really making it a lot more outcome focused and a little bit more like digital.
Amazing. What's one thing that founders can take away about TV buying?
I would say that if you're a brand, that is looking to stand out in a category, putting, your brand front and center in front of someone's favorite show, it definitely has a little bit of a different impact than, some more digital style marketing. And the other thing is just it traditionally has been very much viewed as pure upper funnel. But as you start to tap out on some of these platforms like Meta, Google, et cetera, it's a really powerful way to diversify from a performance marketing perspective.
Dude, shout out to my man Austin dropping bars here today at FounderMade Executive Summit. So what brings you to the event today?
Yeah, I think the main thing is really just connecting with people. I've had a chance to meet with a lot of brands we currently work with, people who I've worked with at past roles, and so just keeping and maintaining those connections has been really great.
Amazing, man. I got one more for you. You are forming a band with your breakfast. What items are the lead singer and what items are playing drums?
I'm forming a band with my breakfast.
That's correct.
What items are the lead singer and what are playing the drums?
That's right.
Oh man, does it have to be breakfast?
Yes.
Okay, I was gonna say like drumsticks. Like if you're having those for dinner, that
I mean, you could have drumsticks for breakfast. That's
okay.
It's like if you're an upstart brand and you're not a legacy player, you could still play in the realm of TV ads, right? It's very important.
Fair.
Just like if you have drumsticks and you're fiending for drumsticks at breakfast, go cop yourself some drumsticks. Chow down, yum yum yum. Subscribe to the channel. Follow us on LinkedIn.
Okay,
Cool.
bacon's the star of the show. How about that?
Bacon.
Yeah.
Bacon. Thank you. I appreciate
you got it. Thank you.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much, Austin. And where can we find you?
On LinkedIn, just Austin Santino, I think would be the best place to get to know me, and then just check out our website, tatari.tv.
Awesome. Check out Austin, Tatari. Thank you so much for your time, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks, man.
Yeah, appreciate you.
I heard you're doing some video.
All right. We are back here with
Nadia Hall.
welcome to the stream, Nadia. And so please tell me who you're here with, company and title.
So I'm here assisting Ricky Joshi. He's on the panel from SAPA.
Awesome. Amazing. So to get right into it, give me your hot take about direct to consumer.
So I actually think as a consumer, I think it's pretty awesome because it's kind of like shopping directly, meat and potatoes, no gravy.
Amazing. Wow. I'm getting hungry just hearing that. We've been running the live stream. Now I haven't even had lunch yet. Cool. So what brings you, in one sentence, what brought you to the FounderMade event today?
Well, aside from work.
That's fair.
And no, I'm just excited to see some of the speakers, what they've got going on, what inspired them to start their company, and, maybe the struggles they're going to share.
Yeah, absolutely. What has been the highlight for you this morning?
Honestly, learning more about what Ricky does and how he's done it, because we've actually been friends. So I knew he's a very smart person. I know that he's very business savvy, but to actually see him in his element, mentor people, talk about what he does, and his passion has been really delightful.
Amazing. And one last one before we hop. If you could have one piece of advice for our viewers, fellow entrepreneurs, founders, what would it be?
Don't shy away from stepping into a room that you might not think you belong in, because there's a reason why you have access to that room.
Can I get an air horn? Cool. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you. This is fun.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks for stopping by the interview booth this afternoon. We got the speaker session going back very soon in a few minutes. So we will be back on the main stage very shortly. But thanks for stopping by for a little lunch break.
Yep. And the interview content will resume back at 2:30. We have a short break and we got more amazing founders, more amazing attendees lined up for you with the hottest takes, the best questions, the most valuable insights here at the Executive Summit in Austin, Texas by FounderMade, powered by Manifest.eco. Again, if you're watching the live stream, give the channel a subscribe, follow us on LinkedIn, and thank you so much for tuning in. Back to the panels. Woo.
founder and CEO of Doris Dev, which is a product development service business. We do design, engineering, and manufacturing of consumer goods, based in New York, but I'm based here in Austin. And out of Doris Dev, we've incubated a couple businesses. One is a consumer product brand called Canopy, which makes beauty wellness devices. We also incubated another business called Factored Quality, which is a platform to manage quality control for your global supply chain. So have been in consumer goods for the last 10 plus years. It's a fun place to be. Really excited to.
What is the biggest lesson you've learned across the board from managing those three totally different businesses?
Yeah, they're very different. I think the biggest bias or thing that I think about for any business is just like leaning in, being really proactive about, if you've got an idea, taking that first step. And then I think things will unfold from there and kind of just be reactive to how things go away. And that's really what's happened with Canopy and Factored coming out of Doris is we saw the opportunity and we kind of sprung for it. It wasn't really premeditated or manufactured.
I love it. Let it unfold and move forward.
Thanks, Megan. Well, really, really excited to introduce a panel today of really seasoned, experienced founders that have scaled incredible businesses. I'll let them all come up and introduce themselves. Yeah.
In order of.
Woo! Awesome. Welcome, everyone. What a panel. Everyone on this panel has started really incredible businesses in their respective categories. Really excited to hear from everyone about kind of where they came from, why they did it, where they are. I think first things first is we want to get intros out of the way. So Iskra, if you want to get started, we'll go down the line.
Hi, everyone. I'm Iskra Lawrence. You could probably hear I'm from England. I worked in the fashion industry for 2 decades, challenging photoshopping and body size inclusivity and body acceptance. I worked with tons of nonprofits, and I got to the point in my life where I realized I wanted to touch people with a product that reminded them to look after themselves. And so Saltaire is a body care and hair care brand that creates luxurious products that are thoughtfully sustainable but at affordable price points. And we're in Target, and we really have this bright, beautiful, 100% aluminium packaging that really sparks joy. And I really kind of created it when I had this postpartum moment, and my husband will remember, I didn't shower for quite a while, and I forgot to look after myself. And I said to him, I just feel like I need to just commit to showering every day. And I wanted a product that got me excited to do that. So, our fragrances transport you to somewhere tropical or a wonderful memory, and they're really transformative. And that's the kind of feedback we get from our brand.
Amazing. Hey, everyone. My name is Taro. I'm not even going to say the last name. It's too hard to pronounce. I'm originally from Finland, and I'm the founder of Four Sigmatic. We sell mushrooms. Most famously created the original mushroom coffee. At that.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mickey Agrawal, and I just emerged from 5 days in the darkness. So I was, I don't know if anyone's heard of the darkness retreats. No, not one. Okay, yes, okay. Yeah, so this is kind of wild and surreal to be out of the darkness and right here, right now. But I am an entrepreneur born and raised in Montreal, Canada. My mother's Japanese, my father's from India. And grew up really looking at categories from multiple different lenses. And so was able to kind of look at the category I'm in right now, which is the poop category, and really ask myself, why are we wiping ourselves with dry paper? It's pretty disgusting. And there's a better way. And my Japanese Indian heritage both says the bidet is the best way to go for it and to clean yourself up. And so I started America's bidet brand called Tushy. Anyone hear of Tushy? Let's go. All right. Yeah. And we are washing the butts of the American people, God's work. So you're welcome.
I can kind of relate to that. We're both washing butts in different ways.
That's right. That's right.
I don't know how to follow up with after washing butts. I help people sleep Maybe there's some correlation. I don't know. Ricky Joshi, co-founder of Sattva. We are the direct-to-consumer luxury in-home delivery, better for you mattress brand. Really beyond mattresses now, we do bedding, sheets, furniture. Think a restoration hardware type environment with a good for you message. So organic cotton, no formaldehyde, no off-gassing, all of those great things. So really the product is exceptional. We rolled out to 17 stores, 8 more in the works, hope to have 200. We're on that path. Yeah, it's slowly but surely become, I think, the number 2 or number 3 largest direct-to-consumer mattress brand.
Awesome. Well, welcome everyone. Thanks so much for being here. You all have each built incredible brands that have scaled over the last few years. I want to take it back to the roots. The first question I really want to understand is kind of the why behind, why you started your businesses, where they came from, what was the origin story?
I feel like I touched on mine a little bit. It really came from that feeling of my background was modeling, and I also do content creation. I got sent a ton of PR packages from skincare brands and makeup brands, and they were innovative and exciting and fresh, and a lot of them were sustainable or kind of like going that way. And I would walk through the aisles and look at the body care selection. I would just see this white plastic, and I would just grab things very unintentionally. And I saw that there was this trend of really people being focused on skincare ingredients, and that moving away from just their face to being interested in the skincare in their hair products and their scalp health. And I knew that body care was next. And so that for me was like, this is a product that I don't feel like really exists. And it certainly didn't exist at the price point. We have our body wash, and it's just $12, and it's 100% aluminium, and it's formulated with niacinamide and botanical ingredients, and it's really luxurious and smells incredible. So I feel like I saw this white space and I shopped it around to a lot of people. I think that's the most important start, right? Is figuring out who is going to be your team and your tribe to really make this a reality. I had multiple brands that failed. I had multiple business ventures that failed, which again, just teach you what you need to know. And I realized this time I didn't want to do it alone. This time I wanted to find a partner that knew more than me, had resources that maybe I didn't. And as a new mom, I also wanted to make sure that I was focusing on what I specialized in the marketing, in the branding, in the product development, in listening to the community. I have about 7 million followers across my platforms. So I literally had my base right there to ask them, what do you want? What feedback can I get from you? And so that was really where I knew I had a unique position to listen to their wants and needs. And when we rolled out our launch, be able to just be on the ground, literally getting feedback to help grow our brand.
And it's pretty much the opposite. I like mushrooms first and foremost. All kinds of mushrooms for all kinds of purposes.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Yeah.
Were you on the darkness retreat?
I grew up on our family farm in Finland that we've had at least since 1619. Me and my brother are the 13th generation managing it, and there was affinity to mushrooms. Finnish people are like forest elves, getting mushrooms and berries. And actually, my middle name, not by my choice, but it is the king of elves and mystics, which is very grand name to be given to a child. But yeah, grew up in Finland, and Finnish people weirdly drink the most coffee per capita in the world, almost 3 times the amount of Americans, believe it or not. It's not uncommon to drink 10 to 12 cups a day. And during Second World War, Finland was attacked both by Germany and Russia, so kind of between a rock and a hard place, and run out of coffee beans and started brewing mushrooms that our ancestors used as a coffee substitute. And then after the war, the University of Helsinki, Helsinki is our capital, studied it and found it's very healthy. And my affinity to mushrooms through my family and the consumption of coffee inspired to start Four Sigmatic and Mushroom Coffee. So that's kind of the high level.
Love Four Sigmatic, love elves. So, it's great. My twin sister Radha's in the house. Anyone here heard of Daybreaker? Let's go. There's a Daybreaker on Saturday morning. Y'all should come. We'll be there dancing. Bring your kids. This is amazing. I love you. I miss you. I'm so happy. Okay. Okay. All I can think about right now is the darkness retreat. So who am I? I don't know anymore. So I guess growing up half Japanese, half Indian, in Montreal, Canada, we just grew up questioning everything. I got to really look at the world from many different lenses. And we just grew up debating at the table at all times. Like my Indian father would be like, I don't agree with that, and my mom would be like, but it's okay, like in Japan, and super cute. And we would be like speaking with a French accent like this from Montreal, and and so it was just very much a table of debate, and we were allowed to question everything. And so I think as we grew up and we bumped into things, it was just very much like, why is it done this way? There's got to be a better way. And starting with, eating pizza in America. And so my first business at 25 years old, I started New York City's very first gluten-free farm-to-table pizza concept called Wild. First originally called Slice. I don't know if anyone's been, but it's my OG. Yes, let's go. Over my twin sister, of course. We work together in it, and really created New York City's first alternative pizza concept. And I learned a lot of how to talk to people about something in a different way. Then I started a company called Thinks, period proof underwear. Anyone here heard of that? Yeah, awesome. Sold it a bunch of years ago, so definitely different world today. But that was born out of, again, like questioning, tampons, pads, there's got to be a better way. I used to have investors, like men, that put a pad on and be like, walk around, sit down, stand up. Yo, isn't that crazy? Yeah. And so they'd be like, God, I can't, and then I'm like, So it was one of those clear, obvious solutions to a real problem. So create a pair of underwear that felt really like, you can just chill in. It felt really good. And then the final frontier, the butthole, to the fact that we're everyone's on their cell phones and Wi-Fi and super high tech AI, and the minute we jump into the bathroom, like poof, we're back in the 1800s. The way we wipe ourselves hasn't changed since the late 1800s, and so there's this huge opportunity to make it better. And of course, the Asians love ourselves clean, and so created Tushy, which is really, like I said, doing God's work. So you're welcome. Yeah.
I always have to follow up after her, right?
Oh, we'll switch up the order next time.
What?
Switch up the order next time.
So, man, I'm gonna sound really, really boring. So I had an agency, and so I was doing work on behalf of clients in New York City, hustling like crazy. And I realized I was doing internet marketing for other people, and I didn't want to do that anymore. I wanted to get involved and do something in a product category. And I had a couple really bad mattress experiences, very, very real. I was in the Presidio. Back then I thought I wanted to start some like dating app thing. I was applying to Y Combinator and all sorts of things. And this guy I know actually ordered a bed in a box. So we're not a bed in a box, but a bed in a box online. And if you guys know San Francisco, it's like rainy and wet. And so he took his old mattress outside, and the Salvation Army is supposed to pick it up. And they didn't pick it up on time. And then it's like, it's raining, of course, San Francisco, And so then all of a sudden there's like this big wet bed, and his bed sucks. It smells terrible. It's like off-gassing, whatever. And he's this like big wet mattress on the front lawn. It's a Presidio, so everyone's super uptight and they don't like this like wet mattress. Bulk pickup doesn't happen until like Thursday or whatever. So we end up like taking this big soggy mattress, putting it on my friend's sob, and like going behind a Burger King at midnight dressed all in black and like dumping it like a dead body. And I'm like, there has to be a better way, right? So that already turned me on to mattresses. I met my co-founder, and I thought I was actually pitching him as a client. He had started a company called Jennifer Furniture, Jennifer Convertibles, big sofa bed company. And so I wrote this massive presentation. I was going to take Jennifer, to the moon. And I go in and, pitching him as a client, and he basically is like, I actually am done with this shit. I don't like this company anymore, and your presentation's a waste. But I want to get into mattresses. And I'm like, mattresses? What is really? And I go home and I'm like, actually, let me look this up. And so the nerd in me is like, oh, wow, there's lots of keyword volume, high margin. And then, and then I look at all the
Nerd
other.
alert.
Yeah. And then I try to hide it. And then I look
Hard
at,
to hide it. Just kidding.
I look at all the other mattress companies, and it's like 1-800 mattress. They're huge. Like no one even talks about them anymore. And they're all selling like mattresses, like it's like I don't even know, like some piece of whatever, like lotion or something, and not like a bad lotion at CVS. It's like just picture like dimensions, and I'm like, how's anyone buying any of this product, right? So we really were at the forefront of DTC. We're 2011. We were the first one to have an in-home trial. Really built out white glove delivery. We had a one product website that was really, really in the weeds, kind of going into the product specifics, a better value proposition. That's still part of who we are. We have amazing beds and they're still half the price or less than what you can get at Mattress Firm. And Mattress Firm or any of these other brands don't do the things that we do, which is a lot of the good for you stuff, recycled steel, all those things. And yeah, that's how it started. So tactical.
Yeah, very tactical. Which is actually a great segue. With that, I'm curious to hear a very specific tactical thing that you guys maybe did at the very beginning to get your business off the ground. I mean, for each of you, you're in a category where there's obviously competition, maybe not actually in some of the categories, but there's a category, there's potentially competition. There's, a first hurdle, whether it's raising money or figuring out what the product is, but what was the specific tactical thing that really started the momentum?
Yeah, sure. So, there's a couple of things. Number one, I would say, everyone does it now, but site photography. We had really, really great photos. Now you can do everything on CGI, but like really, really great photos, really close-up photos of the bed, like really allowed people to experience a product online in the way that they would in a really nice store. And it's actually interesting to me, by the way, if you go to Mattress Firm's website, and then the guy who runs their website, by the way, he's like my friend, will admit this, and it still looks like crap. Like I'm like, this is the year 2024. Like, what are you doing? And their stores look like crap too, right? You walk in, it's like an Office Depot, and you want someone to buy
strategy.
You want someone to buy like a $3,000 product. You come to our place, and it's like, hey, you want a glass of wine? Want some tea? It looks like this. It's nice. But anyway, so we basically like had really, really immersive photography. The other thing we did was like pretty interesting. And now with machine learning and Google, this is like way less relevant, but something that I kind of figured out as I was driving in kind of like a bad neighborhood in LA. I was kind of coming back. I'm like from a conference. I'm like, wait, and I went to the gas station. I'm like, these people, when they type the keyword mattress, are not buying my product. It's just, the price point, whatever. I don't think this is like my market. And why am I paying for every zip code in the country? So I just took to the top 20% of like wealthiest zip codes in the country according to Zillow, and I just imported them into Google AdWords. And the minute I did that, like our business tripled like within 3 months.
That's awesome.
Congrats. Although Craigslist, pretty old school, still crushes. Right? I love them. So, we did so many things initially. I'm talking about specifically Tushy. All the companies, we did some random stuff to get noticed. But for Tushy, we created a bunch of events. Like the first event was at my house. It was called the Year of the Asshole. And we invited a bunch of press. We created DIY. Wrote crazy articles about it, and people, and literally all 20 invited came to my house to be like, who is this that created these random horrible DIY anal beads? And so that was the first event that we did, and it was a humongous success in New York Times, New York Post, New Yorker, every major art magazine wrote about it, because we had like butt artists, we had butt masseuses, we had like all these people at my house doing these things for the press, and it was really fun. And then we had an event called ButtCon, which is like Comic-Con, but all things butt related. So we had like Kim Kardashian's like butt workout person teach us how to do like butt workouts. We had like the twerking champion of the world that came. We had like, butt pimple experts. And we had like just really, everyone's super uncomfortable right now, but we just had a lot of butt related things and destigmatize the butt. And again, it was a sold out event. We had like, I think 500 people a night that came. It was huge. And, we went completely viral. We had over 50 major press hits, and it was a huge event. And then, the thing that really put us on the map was when we wanted to do Subway ads. And there was these, I don't know if you guys know, but when the Subway doesn't have an ad set to fill in, they create these remnant ad spaces, which basically you get ad space on the Subway for like 80% discount, which is huge. But you just have to come up with all the posters and all the ads within 2 weeks, which is not a lot of time for most brands to be able to make. But we just slept under our tables, and we just worked for 2 weeks and made 75 posters for the Subway ads. And they were, and when we submitted them, they were denied. They said, Tushy is a sex product. You cannot put them in the Subway. And we were like, no, this is like toilet paper. It's not like a sex product. But so they basically banned our ads from the Subway. And instead of kind of cowering away, we went to press with the story. And New York Daily News wrote an article about how the MTA flushed the Tushy ads down the toilet. And to our surprise and delight, Saturday Night Live, we found out that SNL they read the dailies of New York, looking for funny stories every single day to write funny, like, weekend updates about it. And Michael J., the head writer of SNL, happened to read the article of Tushy being flushed, and he happens to love Tushy. So he picks up this story and he makes a 3-minute rant on Weekend Update on SNL. Would cost millions of dollars. You can't buy this ad space, and it took off. And our company quintupled after it came up, and we basically were in the cultural zeitgeist after that. And they said Tushy should be in the Subway. It was really fucking
That's incredible.
Cool. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we started in Europe and did a lot of kind of activations similar to Mickey, not as creative. But we have had a shroom room, which offered free mushrooms to everyone. Maury, the mushroom mobile, and Maisa, the mushroom moped. And they would travel, and we had about 500 of our fans working without pay in in-store demos, which is totally not legal anymore. But they wanted to do it. We didn't force anybody. They wanted to sell shrooms, and they got one product per hour they worked. Again, you couldn't probably do that anymore. And that created us a lot of groundswell and like slow excitement. But like kind of an accelerator of that was like, we're one of the first podcast advertisers. So be it like Joe Rogan, Tim Ferriss, whatnot. And it was just, I think maybe not, that channel might not work the same way anymore, but what you can think of is like, what's an undervalued form of distribution and how can you get in early? And in that case, it combined culture very heavily, similar to Mickey. Is we're selling mushrooms. There was no mushroom category. There was no mushroom coffee. So in order to change people's behavior with new categories, if you're interested in creating a new category, you do have to change culture. And a lot of the people impacting culture deeply were in podcasts, still partially are. So if you're interested in creating a new category, I would look at what's an underrepresented, undervalued form of distribution and who are the cultural tastemakers of your genre or your generation or your target audience and going after that. I think it's deeper than influencer marketing because it needs to come with substance, but that's kind of what then we blew up.
I feel like that's similar to my experience as well. Being in a space where I had a large platform and realizing that that's actually outdated now. And what really worked for us was tapping into our customer at a time where people still weren't understanding the power of UGC. They weren't understanding the power of, the mom in Ohio that did her trip to Target and just happens to sit in the car and share that she found this new body wash that smells amazing. And so we did a huge kind of gifting outreach. And we paid agencies, PR teams to go out and find us these organic customers that had either already shopped Soltaire, talked about Soltaire, or who we thought were really going to relate to the product and love it. And I'm talking like 700 gifts we would send out to people, which felt risky, when you're kind of getting started to really gift to so many people. And obviously we have, a lower cost product than can't send out 700 mattresses. But we also managed to be very intentional about our pipeline and how we ran the development of each of our new SKUs. We listened to our community to really drive the decision making. So when we first launched at the top of 2022, we launched with 6 fragrances and 1 unfragrance. And what we did was we tested out to see, you know, what our customers loving, and really looked to them to say, we want this scent in this type of product. And obviously it's hard to turn that around sometimes. But what we really did was we just have this pattern of like understanding we have this much time length till we want to release a product. Can we really get the kind of like questions out there to our audience to really help us direct what's going to come next? And trial and error. Something that has worked for us is really doing smaller order numbers and selling out to not just create scarcity, but just to make sure that we're always really using our funds in the right direction, if that's product development, if that's marketing. And so for me, I think that I hope that that advice can go really across any brand of just like really take your time with your pipeline. And we're intentionally already looking out to 2026 and our products, but really not kind of making that final decision until we really look at the numbers and speak to our audience and see what they want. Because at the end of the day, like we only have a brand because they love it. So not listening to them would just, you know, it would deteriorate the brand.
Cool. All right, we're coming up on time soon, so I've got one final question for whoever wants to jump in. Obviously, on the surface, you guys have built incredible businesses and brands, but over the last few years, as you guys have built them, I'm sure there have been at least one oh shit moment. Like, are the wheels about to come off? This is a showstopper. What do I do? Would love to hear any anecdotes or experiences where that may have happened.
I'm happy to jump in on this one because it happened right at launch. We launched on a Tuesday, and so people started to receive their packages and products at the weekend. And of course, you know, as founders and entrepreneurs, you do 24/7 every day of the week. So we're excited. We're thinking people are going to have this amazing response to the product, and it's 100% aluminium. We did ship tests, but of course, when we actually got our orders and people were opening up the packages, they were dented. And it was about 10% that we worked out of all orders that people were opening, and their bottles were dented and they had dings in, and they were not happy. They were not thrilled. And being a public figure, they were very much kind of like complaining to me, being the front facing person. I was like, oh crap, we tested this. Like, how could this be happening? I don't understand. And so we had a moment where we got together as a team and we were like, the whole point of this brand is to be sustainable. Shipping out a brand new product is completely wasteful when the actual formula inside is perfectly fine and it works and it's wonderful. So what are we going to do? Are we going to refund them? And that very much was a pivotal moment because we couldn't have afforded it with our profit margins to reship out product. And so we decided that dings and dents on the bottle was kind of like the way that for the last 20 years, I've tried to embrace non-retouching and embrace my own dings and dents on my body, which is called body positivity. And then we were like, oh shit, bottle positivity. I was like, yes. So, you know, we get quickly on the graphics team and we're like, that's it. We're calling it bottle positivity. And we're encouraging people to understand that these dings and dents are the reason that their bottles got to them. And it's a journey and they tell a story and they're unique. And it was just like this moment and our audience loved it. They ate it up. We gave them 20% discount for future products, but it was definitely like
that's awesome.
Good
Flaw into feature. Well done. Awesome. Well, we're out of time, but thank you guys so much for being here. If you guys have any questions, they'll be floating around for a bit, but really appreciate everyone's time.
Thank you, Justin.
Thank you.
I think I'm going to use that bottle positivity. I mean, these are these downloads that you get when you're building a company. I'm excited to hear, and I always call downloads when you all of a sudden you're like have that aha moment. I'm hoping that you guys are getting aha moments from this content. We're going to keep going. I'd love to bring up Sanity founder and CEO Magnus. Welcome. This is the power of content in managing your digital presence. Magnus, what's your whole background? Tell us about yourself.
Oh, my background? I'm
excited about this whole
I'm weirdly a finance guy, actually.
I'm a finance girl. I mean, not woman from or human back in the day. So I'm glad we're all recovering.
Very much still recovering. I did investment banking and private equity for about 15 years before I was part of founding Sanity.
I love this. I was in
And
hedge
I
funds.
love to be on the founder side. It's much more fun.
Oh my gosh, congratulations. So with this is a great conversation.
Oh, we're swap
But I'm
here
glad
also.
that you're finding your photo and there's no wrong answer on however you'd like
You're
to
looking
sit.
good, Kevin.
Yeah, you are too. I've never looked this good right here. I've never looked this good.
So Kevin Harwood, you'll be, and by the way, Sanity, you're the only CMS named a Shopify certified app partner. What does that mean exactly? That you're like, you guys are the only
That we're the
ones?
only one that Toby and team embraces.
I love this. Amazing. And I'll let you guys go on your conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that warm introduction. Great to be in Austin. Just breaking in my new Tecovas boots and in Austin for the first time. I want to ask, how many of you have kids? Hands up. Okay. How many of you have employees? Hands up. How many of you have customers? Hands up. I tell my kids this. It's all about the mindset. And I realized, I got 2 kids. I got about 140 employees. I tell them it's about intentionality. So it's all about the mindset. And I was thinking as we put this together, that this is also all about the mindset, really. So we're a content management platform based out of San Francisco. I'm originally Norwegian. And I'm going to talk about content, but it's really about mindset. And I hope we get that across today. So we live in an interesting time. You could be anywhere and do anything. Last summer, this was me. This was my office for 8 weeks, running a relatively global company out of the fjords of Norway. You could learn languages. You could get full degrees on the run from anywhere you want to be. You could buy things from anywhere you want to be. True story, our CMO bought her Tesla while driving a Tesla on the highway. Well, she was sitting next to the person driving the Tesla. And you can get all these new experiences. This is,
Press down.
I need to press down. Not with me. Froze. At least I didn't freeze. Okay, I'll keep on talking while you look at that. So, and we can experience all these new experiences from anywhere. Like imagine with the new Apple goggles, you could see museum experiences from in your home living room. Now, one of our customers is Museum Modern Art, and apparently I had lunch with the director of digital there, and that's not coming just yet. But these are the kinds of things that we can do with all this new technology that is coming. And we live in a time where information and channels are becoming abundant. There are dozens of channels. There are thousands of situations you can reach your customers. There are so many different ways you can speak to your customer in situations. And AI makes it amazing for us to make a lot of more content, indefinite amount of content. But the problem becomes, can we truly be present? And as a brand, that's really what it's all about. Can you really be present and tell the right thing to the right customer at the right time? At Sanity, we think of presence as a threefold thing. You need to understand the journey of your customer. That's a part of it. Imagine there's a triangle slide here. You have the journey of your customer. Then you have the data of your customer, so you understand where they are. And we've been pretty obsessed with that. For years, we've been talking about channels, omni-channel. It's a very bullshit word in my opinion, because it really just means that we're doing many channels, but we're not really understanding. We're not really being present. Because we've forgotten one thing, and that's the third element, and that is the content. Yes, we make a lot of content. A lot of that content is also great. But is it truly adapted to the situation and with the voice that you want to meet your customers in? We make thousands of landing pages. They all look different. We make thousands of different campaigns, but they all talk differently to your customers. That is the real problem. So what we think of, amazing, is it working? Yeah, there we go. This is This is a triangle. And this is what we have forgotten, the content. Because we've been working with tools that has put us in the wrong mindset, that haven't supported us. We had all these old CMSs that lock in your content. The workplace, they lock it into HTML. That's maybe 20 years ago. And then we had all these DXPs and monoliths, and they really lock you into a page. Who cares about a page? And these new technologies, headless CMSs, they lock you into a schema. Somebody tells you how you're going to put in your business logic to communicate with your customers. Then your content becomes unreadable, unshareable, unparsable, and unusable. So when you think about content, you need to lift up from the channels, from the pages, and from the schemas. Forget about them. They're there. But what you really need to think about is, can you truly be present with your customers? And again, in the situation they're in. We call that the content fabric. And the point of the content fabric is the mindset of content. What are you saying to customers when? And in order to do that, you have to make all your teams work together. You have to make them share the content and the stories. And you have to present your business as a single pane of glass, whether you're on TikTok, on your website, because most stuff is still on the website, but there's so many aspects of your website. Content fabric is really about giving you collaboration and speed in your teams. And when you look at that, of course, you need the tools, and we're a great tool to do that. But it's still a mindset, because you're making content strategic. You're letting the creative initiatives, like the boss button, be made, instead of IT saying, no, we can't do that because our tools. It's a mindset thing. You need the right people in the right structure supported by the right tools. And if you do that, you can have content that becomes indefinitely scalable by treating content as data. Convenes does this really well. You could get content workflows that becomes indefinitely adaptable to how you want to work in your business logic. Convenes does that really well. And then you can make your content, we say API everything, connect your data sources and all the presentation layers you want, so you have a single source of truth for your content. The Convenes is really good at that. So why don't we rather hear from Kevin how they actually go about this? Do you want slides?
I mean, I'm going to have to go without them. So let's see if I can remember all the ways we're going to work through the
You
slides.
will.
Appreciate that. I'm excited today to share a little bit of what we're doing under the hood from a tech stack perspective at Convenes. For those who don't know Convenes, we're an Austin-based brand. We got started in 2015 as a direct-to-consumer brand. We've gotten into retail since then. We've now got 33 retail stores across the country and looking to expand that footprint even more this year. We're a Western footwear and apparel brand. And if you haven't been, we've got a store right up South Congress. So when you're done today, maybe go check it out. We have an open bar in all of our retail stores. So
Go again. You want
great place to go. Is it going to work again? We'll find out. So that's Convenes. We're based in Austin, Austin-based brand. I started at Convenes in December of 2022. So I've been there for a little bit more than a year now. And my vision for our e-commerce team is to build out a best-in-class stack that allows the business to scale, but also allows the people on the team to be more strategic moving forward and provide more and more ROI on the systems that we're working on top of. I had a few challenges that were very obvious to me out of the gate. First, we had a pretty difficult experience to edit and make changes to our existing website. It had been basically a 6-year taped together Shopify website that debt had just kind of accumulated over time of moving fast and growing a business, which is great. You want to be able to do that, but at some point that starts to become a little bit of a weight around your neck in order to be able to move quickly. And we had no CMS. We had a merchant team that basically had to apply products or tags and meta fields to drive website behavior. And you just kind of had to know in your head, how do you do that? Someone has to know how to do it. It would have been written down in many cases. And so, a very nimble way to get moving. But as we continue to scale, it really slowed us down to be able to move forward with our content. Our tech stack was siloed. We didn't have good integrations from our ERP to our website. It was very manual to launch products. We had people on our team manually keying data into different fields into Shopify just to launch product. And as you know, we're managing over 15,000 SKUs at this point, that becomes unattainable for our team. And then we really didn't have any in-house technical expertise. We had brought on an agency to help manage the website over the years. Any changes, custom home pages, custom landing pages required change orders and time to work with that agency. It had to be very ahead of the campaign before we could actually bring it to life. And so that really led to a lot of, oh, we can't do that, or it's going to take too long to do that. That was a lot of answers that the team was giving internally when we were asked to do something more creatively on the website moving forward. And so I was very keen on kind of changing our mindset there. How do we leverage a small team? Our team's not going to get much bigger. How do we actually find a way to make the team members we have more strategic? How can we easily reuse some of that great content we have so that we can get more unique experiences with that content moving forward? How can we automate these systems together? I very much want our technology team to be answering, should we do that? Not we can't do that, because that really puts it back on, are we thinking about working on the things that are going to drive the highest ROI for the business? I want the technology that we're using to be technology that engineers are interested and want to work on, so that it's a place that we can attract some good talent. And then it's very important to me to drive cross-team collaboration. And I don't want silos and walls between the different teams that are working together to bring these experiences to life. So turns out that over the last year plus, it's actually been a really good time to be thinking about those questions at a little bit deeper level. There's been some technology developments across a few fronts that allow small teams to really start to make some very interesting deployments of content and websites on top of some of that great infrastructure that a lot of us already use today. So late in 2022, Shopify's headless infrastructure, which is called Hydrogen, that really reached a maturity point to be a viable solution for companies who want to have more control over their digital experience moving forward. That included the acquisition of Remix, which is a technology framework that web engineers want to work in. It allows them to just focus on building really great UI and get a lot of the other boilerplate infrastructure out of the way. And Sanity had just recently released version 3 of their product, which has a lot of direct native integration with some of the Hydrogen tools. And it was a really great solution for us to be looking at, because coming from no CMS, no content system, to a completely scalable system that we are in complete control of our destiny there, it just really lined up well from a timing perspective. All these tools, like I said, really reached that maturity point by the end of 2022. And we started a journey of rebuilding our entire digital infrastructure in March of 2023. And we launched all of that in October of 2023. So it's about a 5.5 month build for us with a very small team to bring a completely headless site online. What that looks like, high level, we've got NetSuite as our ERP. There's probably some other customers in here using NetSuite that serves as our source of truth for transactions and some basic item data. We've got a automation now where that data is pushed upstream to Sanity, so that when we go to launch products, my merchant team is no longer having to manually pull data from system to system and verify it and make sure it's working right. They just press a button and product is imported immediately, and they're ready to start using that content directly in Sanity. Obviously, that then connects to our Shopify Hydrogen layer with Remix built on top of it. And then we're able to use other Shopify tools that are still out there. So we use Rebuy for recommendation personalization, and that plugs in very well with our Hydrogen infrastructure. So we've built out a stack that are off-the-shelf puzzle pieces that we then come in and customize the top of and are allowed to focus directly on the problems we're trying to solve at the code. So one thing I want you to not underestimate here is what it looks like when you actually start managing structured content in a CMS environment like we've done with Sanity. First off, we really think of content as data itself. So our site merchants and our engineers work together to actually build specific schemas that we need for our features on our website. Part of our rebuild was we designed, I want to say, 15 different types of creative modules that we can use to stack on our homepage in any order with different layout attributes that can be applied to each module. Those modules are reusable pieces of content that we can also deploy to landing pages and PDPs and collection pages. And so now all that great marketing content that we have our site merchants are able to quickly put those into different places without having to manually rebuild a liquid page or figure out how to cut an asset in a different dimension to make it fit right on how that's going to lay out on a certain page. And so they're able to just work more quickly as a result of content just being reusable. We also took the time to sit down and understand the processes that our site merchants were working through and build custom workflows where it was necessary to help get them out of the weeds of managing those workflows, have systems do that for them to where they can focus on strategic conversion rate analysis of the site and what content's performing well and what content's not performing well. What collections do they want to reorder? They're able to spend 90% of their time on that side of the problem rather than 50-50 just trying to keep the lights on of what a website management looks like. And then lastly, because of the way we have structured content now in Sanity, my engineering team is able to work directly with that as basically their own super custom API, so that anytime we want to build a new feature on our website, we're able to define that API contract directly, get the exact content we need, and then we're able to populate that on the website. And we're able to move incredibly quickly with that foundation. We took the opportunity here when you want to go rebuild your website from scratch. There's a lot of details to get right when you actually think about what a website is today. And we put everything up on a board and started to think about what are the things that we want to bring control to our site merchants directly without having to have engineers and our tech team involved to make changes on that front. And so we isolated some things in this big word cloud, pulled these into Sanity, and now we have the ability to have much more customized SEO performance, navigation. Our dynamic shop all filter system is awesome. I wish the whole talk was on that, to be honest, but we'll have to talk about that later tonight during the happy hour if someone wants to hear that. But it really was important for our site merchants and our designers and our engineers to all be thinking about these problems together so that we're not solutioning them in a silo and not kind of missing the mark on how we actually want these to work on a day-to-day basis. What that looks like in practice, we've got all kinds of fun things that are now available on our website. Like I said, our site merchants are able to completely control our homepage now with 15 different modules with different layout attributes that they can control the actual order of those on a day-to-day basis. We're starting to think about, well, let's have a homepage for a new visitor and a homepage for a returning men's cowboy boot buyer and a returning apparel buyer and someone in New York versus someone in Texas. And we're able to then structure all that content and serve that based on what we think may be best for the customer there. We've got an awesome filtering system. I can't really go into detail with the minutes we have left, so you'll just have to trust me on that one. And then we also, by going headless, you have the opportunity to really think about site speed and ADA and a few other metrics that impact SEO and overall web performance, and we're in full control of those now. So we're able to tweak those and bring those in line with what we're looking for. Couple other interesting callouts here. We're reusing content across different interfaces. Here you can see we've got this large image here, and we've got a small image there. I'm going to quickly jump one more slide just to kind of see how that works. Within Sanity, we're able to upload full resolution images at their full width and height. And my content team has been able to reuse that image across different places on the site, choose hotspot and crop angles of that image, and then get live dynamic previews how those images are shaped across different responsive forms on the website. And so they no longer have to worry about ever cutting an image to size for a specific layout. That's all handled automatically for them, where they only have to add one asset to the back end, and then they're able to use it wherever they want to. They never have to add it again or cut it in a slightly different way and add it again. And so it just allows them to start working more and more and more quickly as they move through the site experience. We're able to, like this top left example, we wanted to start introducing some story content into some of our collection pages. We were able to add that feature in one day with our current deployment. So we've got that great picture of the Annie there in the third spot. We wanted to tell some more storying on one of our discount collections. We wanted to go for a super wide story that leads the collection right there. So you see that discounted prices. We've got video content that we're managing in there. So
you have a boss button?
A boss button?
Yeah.
I don't even know
what the boss button. We heard about it earlier. Like
no, I missed that.
if you're shopping and your boss comes by, and then you click the boss button, and it takes you back to Excel or Word or whatever you were working.
It wouldn't be
you
hard.
could add that. That would be quick. It's a question of do you need, not can you? Should we? Right?
This is the question.
Exactly.
It's really transformed how our merchants operate on a day-to-day basis. And I want to call out that, wow, this slide did not import correctly. Look at that. There's some stuff behind the image there that you cannot see. The key to success, you can't read any of it.
You see the rocket though, it's great. We need to talk to this designer.
It didn't come through. In my opinion, the key to success here for our team was we don't have a huge team. It's a small team that we have working together. And I very much wanted to ensure from the beginning that we had our engineers, our site merchants, our designers together as one team. They understood, they took the time to understand each other's work. How do these site merchants work today? Site merchants took the time to start to understand how technology might be able to help them in their processes. We're able to put smart people in a room, talk about their problems, and figure out how to automate that best for them and allow them to become more strategic. And we very much have one team that's operating our website, and it consists of engineers, site merchants, and designers. It is not separate verticals with walls in between them where they've got to pass around requirements and change orders and docs. Like, we've eliminated all of that. They are one team working together with one goal on improving our overall digital experience for our website. And we've got a lot more to do. Our backlog is absolutely massive. You said omnichannel is a little bit of a bullshit word, I think, earlier. With our retail fleet, retail is a huge strength of ours, and we're looking for interesting ways to bring that bullshit omnichannel word experience more to the website. And I mentioned earlier, we've got an open bar. Like, I'm thinking about ideas like if you order a BOPUS order online, also have a little drop down to, do you want a drink ready for you when you go to pick it up? We've got boot shine
That's
services.
what omnichannel should be, right? That's not the historic use of the word. It's like, we also do have an app.
Yeah,
that's omnichannel historically.
Yeah, we've got boot shine services that we offer in all the stores. So how do we build like a recurring model where we're reminding those people that, hey, it might be time for a boot shine. Come by the store tomorrow. Schedule time for them. What kind of drink do you want ready?
Exactly.
Show up.
And it would mostly be on your website anyhow. Most of these kind of interactions are somehow in a web interface.
That's right.
That's where kind of the omnichannel was totally wrong, I think.
Yep. So I could talk for hours on this. There's a ton of detail here in terms of details of that strategy.
I can subscribe to it. It continues to be interesting for hours when I talk to you.
Yeah. I'll be around later if anybody wants to dig into more details on that front. Happy to do it. I know we've got a couple
we got time for a couple of questions, and I think one of the thing I could start with one I think may be relevant, because of course some of you run larger brands and some of you run smaller brands, and for a larger brand I would say there's no brainer, and we work with companies like Skim and Arterix and Sonos and of course Tecovas. But question I would have if you're a smaller brand, now this is a mindset. You still need tools, you still need team. When do you start to do this? What are the signs you should look for on when? Because if you're very small, you shouldn't do all these things, right? That would be very expensive, and you shouldn't focus on that. But what should you look for, and when should you start thinking in this direction and get this mindset into your business?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think that you need to take a look at your team and what are they doing on a daily basis? Are they barely keeping the lights on? Are there strategic things you want them to be doing, but they can't do because they're just hamstrung by the processes they're having to do on a daily basis to keep the lights on moving forward? Tecovas is a huge successful brand. We're doing great. We made it with a pretty terrible infrastructure for a long, long time. And so like that speaks volumes, I think, to the capabilities that are out there today with SaaS platforms just off the shelf. You're able to grow to 9-figure revenue without doing huge investments in making all of these things work better together. But at some point, as you scale, you will need to say, maybe now's the time to unwind a little bit of this problem and streamline for the next stage of this company. How do we get to the next digit in our revenue targets? And that requires working smarter, not working harder on a few things. And that just comes with the territory of then bringing a team in to help try to figure out how to pull those pieces together.
Yeah, so look for when you're not being strategic, when you're doing churn.
Yeah.
And Kevin has the same stack as Puma and Sonos. So of course it's playing at a big level. But you could also use these sort of things. Sanity could integrate with Liquid, but you could also do some of these things without using Sanity. This is about a mindset of how you think about consistency and speed and how you communicate with your customers, I think, more than anything else.
And obviously I'm up here with Magnus. He's the CEO of Sanity. I want to say, working with Sanity over the last year, they've been an incredible partner for us in helping to figure out how to structure some of our content moving forward. I can't say enough great things about them as a partner. There's a lot of technology SaaS companies out there that during the sales process, they're going to promise a lot of things. And then when you get into implementation or even when you get live, it's, oh, well, it doesn't do that. And it doesn't do that. No, that's not exactly what I heard during the sales process.
Thank you. This wasn't on the script.
I'm off script. I'm off script at this point. I haven't had any of that experience. I think it's an incredibly solid tool. And the fact that it is so customizable, it's back to my original question of, we're not saying we can't do that. It's not in our vocabulary. We can do anything at this point with the tools that we now have in place. And so it is
more, the boss button.
But that also can be a little bit, you can do anything, so just do it. And it's like, well, you don't want to go down that route either, because then you start wasting time on things that maybe don't matter. So that's.
Thank you. That was not on the script.
Yeah.
What, 1 or 2 questions for Kevin, or for me, of course, but.
What are you manifesting? That's my question. That's the whole theme of today is what is on your goal list? And then does anyone else want to, in the meantime?
What Tecovas want to manifest?
Either one of you, both of you.
Yeah, we're also a brand. We actually don't spend a lot on ads. We have had about 500,000 sign up, mostly developers, because we're a developer-centric tool that enables brands. Mostly SEO, so we care a lot about content ourselves. And what we try to manifest that is really hard to stand out in our industry is this content is data. Is that you have to think about reusability and not just churn it out, because you're going to wear out your customers and you're not going to be able to get the same effect. That's what we've been trying to manifest with our content. How about you, Kevin?
Day to day, I'm thinking about all kinds of different things. I think omni-channel bullshit word again. I'm going to keep saying it that way. That's an area that I'm really focused on right now. I'm spending a lot of time thinking about how can we make that an extremely valuable experience for our customers. So that's where a lot of my thoughts are on a day-to-day basis right now.
There, quick question for you. Does any of the technology that you're using help you manage rights, images, whether they're shot on site models versus ambassadors?
That's a really good question. Right now, we are not using Sanity specifically to manage rights. We don't have a digital asset manager platform, a DAM, depending on how you but that's a really interesting question because I'm already thinking I could add 4 or 5 fields to how I'm already managing it in Sanity, and all of a sudden that's turning into a rights management process right out of the gate. We have a third-party platform for managing social content for rights. That the name escapes
You normally
me.
need like a DAM like Cloudinary or Binder or something like that.
Yeah.
You could do it in Sanity, but
Yeah.
it's not really what we sell.
Yeah.
Maybe one day.
I actually think I could probably pull it off.
You could do it. It's a very good engineering tool, so you could do anything with it. But
That's a good question.
the question is like, do you need a DAM if those things are important? And maybe you should take the time to install it. If you have simpler image needs where that isn't necessary, like you don't need that, so you don't have a DAM. You use us as the DAM, I guess.
But also retail stores. What would you had mentioned buy a boot, pick up a drink, but what would you say are the key things y'all are focused on currently to integrate those two very different experiences and make sure that they're talking to each other?
That is a question there is a ton of detail. We are trying to make sure, obviously inventory management's an important aspect of that because you don't want to create an experience where you're overselling inventory you may not have in the retail store. We've got RFID deployed into now all of our retail stores and running basically 99.8% accuracy, which is a strong number for us to feel confident in terms of is it in the store or not. There's a lot of detail in how you're managing a pickup order in your ERP at that point when someone's placed the order but not yet picked it up, but still within the 4 walls of the building. There's another hour talk on how to get omni-channel right with retail and e-com. We can talk later if you want to get into details. So that's mine right for me right now.
I love
Yeah, I
this.
think we're out of time.
I have to say, you start off with mindset, intentionality, and I'm going to add a third, data. Tracking where you're at in every way, because you reflect what you're putting out, right? So you want to be matching what it is, matching your integrity of what you're building in your business, matching your intentionality, all of those things. But incredible, guys. Congratulations. Really, really exciting.
Yeah, and Magnus with no slides for half the way too. So.
I know,
Thank you for having us.
I love this. I thank you for this. And then now we're going to have a networking break. But before that, I want to introduce you to Rachel from Fuse Inventory. I know Rachel, oh my goodness, through one of my favorite investors who likes to dance. He dances, and he might be at South by Southwest. His name's Peter Pham. He did Science, Dollar Shave Club. He's created Liquid Death that scaled big. But he said, you need to meet this entrepreneur. She's doing crazy things in e-commerce. So Rachel, talk to us a little bit about Fuse Inventory.
Yeah, so you hear me? Great. So I just walked into Tacova store yesterday, tried to buy these really beautiful green boots, and they did not have my size in stock. So that is what we solve here at Fuse. We do inventory AI-based forecasting, supply planning, PO tracking, essentially helping brands optimize their cash flow around their inventory so that you're not overbuying and having a ton of stock you don't need, but also avoiding stock out so that your product's at the right time, at the right place.
And Rachel's background is she was a product founder before, and her dream and what she's manifesting is she's going to take over Oracle at some point because it's super inefficient. And again, we love Oracle, but just in terms of in the inventory space, what's the dream?
Well, I have to give a little more color on that because I'm also from Hawaii, and he bought the island of Lanai, and now Mark Benioff is buying the island, the Big Island. So maybe we have to buy them too. So
we have to buy an island.
Yeah, but what I was really trying to build with Fuse, and what we've been doing today, and we continue to do, is build a modern inventory system that not only is a system of record, but can tell you how to optimize and give you strategic decision-making processes. That's something that I learned, as a founder, I really wanted in a system. And, when you look at the market today, there's NetSuite, and then there's Excel, and there's kind of like really nothing in between. And so we really built the company to fill that void and to help brands avoid needing a NetSuite. We have a 2 to 6 week implementation timeline instead of a 2-year timeline. We cost, a fraction of what NetSuite costs, but you can get, basically all the functionality that you need from that.
I think there's a lot of partnerships and a lot of people that will love to get off Excel.
Yeah, so that's why Oracle in particular.
So anyways,
Goodbye, NetSuite.
enjoy your networking break, network, and talk about all the things you're building, get as much information from the people you're here to learn. And thank you. We'll be back soon.
Thank you. Yes.
what it's like to Manifest. So really proud moment as a co-founder, and it's cool to see George, our CEO, on stage representing in such a well diverse and proud group of people. So it's been fun.
So we're together. So yeah, I'm just proud to be able to represent Peter, yourself, the entire team, Cole Wenzel, for all the work that we've been putting in. I'm just the person who goes up there and talks about it, but the vessel. Also, one of the highlights has been just being able to spend the day with Megan and her team, but especially Megan. I haven't met too many people that just radiate so much positive energy so consistently over and over and over again. It's really impressive. She's fantastic, and she has such a fantastic team of people that are in the mold of her. So we brought this event to Austin. I was out in Santa Monica for the FounderMade Discovery Show in September or October in Los Angeles. And I got to know Megan and her team, and I brought up the idea that, hey, there's a big appetite in Austin for events like the type that FounderMade puts on. Close, intimate, candid, great dialogue, eclectic group of business owners and entrepreneurs sharing ideas, sharing inspirations. And it was kind of ironic because Megan said that FounderMade had never done an event in Austin before. So we got to work, started putting together some of the details, and it turned out fantastically. Sorry, it's got really loud in here very quickly. CEO of and here's Julia, the rock star of the whole thing.
What are the highlights? Obviously, Manifest.eco. George, he gave an incredible keynote, kicked off the day. The backstory, amazing. What do you think as a founder you bring into your everyday interactions? Something you've learned from being a founder?
from being a founder, it's, I know it's kind of cliche, but what is the why? If you have a why, because as an entrepreneur, as a founder, most days are just riddled with stuff that happens that's not necessarily pleasant. But if you wake up with a big ambition and a big inspiration, it makes all that very digestible.
That's a great answer. My why is I like making people happy. I don't even, are we even on? I don't like, and you telling me broadcaster, I was like, hello. I have to go back to the show now.
Sideline reporter or courtside. Okay. What do you got? It's going to get more complex. Businesses are not all going to go in the same direction. They're going to grow with different needs, different profiles, different B2B relationships, different D2C strategies. There is no box. You have to look at each merchant individually and prescriptively analyze what their needs are and if you're able to assess those needs. And that's not true just for fulfillment, but for every service vendor in e-commerce. There's no one size fits all.
The question was, what are the predictions for e-commerce over the next year? I like to look at a slightly longer time horizon, as I think a year is almost too short for trends to really build. But George hit it on the head. The ecosystem behind e-commerce is so complex and it evolves so rapidly and distinctively that the cookie cutter box that we talked about earlier on, it just does not work. It does not work. And being able to find customizable solutions for merchants, for vendors, for your software providers, not being rigid and, you know, a prescriptive system for merchants is really going to stand out for 3PL in the fulfillment space. So we're embracing it head on, and it's given us success thus far. What's one piece of advice for entrepreneurs and founders? Tough one. I think straying mildly from the question, it's not for everyone. I've learned that. It comes with a lot of different facets that I think I was unprepared for. But I think making sure each day is exciting is kind of one of my goals. I wake up and I'm ready to, I'm excited to like read my Slacks or read my emails, or, you know, which merchant do I get to talk to today? Which vendor? I don't know. I'm trying to make sure every day is exciting is what keeps me going. And in many ways, being a founder, it's almost inevitable that your calendar's jam-packed. So yeah, I'm having a blast.
Echo everything Bob said. If there's one piece of advice I'd give to any founder, it's as you build your team, relax the controls and let people show you how talented they are versus trying to do everything yourself. People want to show how good and motivated and inspired and how much they've invested in educating themselves on whatever expertise you hired them for. Relax, delegate the responsibility, let them prove to you that they're worthy of the responsibility, and you'll get results a lot better than trying to micromanage everything. It was Stephanie Aguelo.
No, that's it. Thank you to everyone. It's been a blast.
Ross.
Davis.
David. Wojciechowski. Hi, I'm George Wojciechowski, CEO of Manifest.eco. Here, just ran into one of our most exciting and beloved clients, Hudson Davis Ross, CEO and co-founder of Plant People. Hudson, so amazing to run into you here.
Yeah, so great.
And it's been a while, but yeah, great to see you in the flesh, and thank you for coming out.
Yeah. This is great. Thank you for having me. Really appreciate the invite to this event, and I'm excited to see you.
Likewise. Should I say it? So Hudson, what priorities does Plant People have in this upcoming 2024? We're still pretty early into the year.
Well, I'm glad you asked. We have a lot of priorities. So we just got into Whole Foods, Sprouts, DoorDash, and likely to go into Target end of this year. So we have a lot of demand, and I'm just trying to keep up with inventory right now. That's really my biggest priority, but I would say after that, keep on growing Amazon. We have about 30% year-over-year growth. Actually, year-over-year quarterly. And
each quarter is increasing 30%.
Yeah, 30%. Yeah. So we are, we have a lot of demand. So that's my biggest focus right now.
For those of us that don't know, or for those people that don't know, what does Plant People sell? What are you all about?
Well, thanks for the opportunity. We sell mushroom gummies, practitioner grade mushroom gummies, and also veggie gummies. All vegan, zero sugar, gluten-free. We're B Corp certified, climate neutral certified. And yeah, they're super delicious.
The Manifest fulfillment team literally runs on Plant People. That's our diet at Manifest, is Plant People gummies. Yeah, so we've been working together a little bit over a year now. We started, what,
I'd say about a year and a quarter. Yeah, it's been a wild ride, all positive. We love Manifest.
What's the best thing that working with Manifest has allowed plant people to do that prior to working with Manifest, perhaps you were limited?
Yeah, so here's some sound bites. We're saving $100,000 a year over year, working with Manifest. That's the first thing. The second is we don't have to deal with people every single day. We love people, but it's also very difficult to manage lots of people with shipping every day. And Manifest does a fantastic job doing that. And yeah, we get amazing shipping rates. So that's been awesome. And we barely any incorrect or damaged shipments. So across the board, I think we're a very happy client.
Amazing. Thank you for that, Hudson. It's a wonderful partnership, and let's continue to scale together.
Advice for, okay.
Hudson, thank you so much for taking the time. One last question. If you had one piece of advice for the other entrepreneurs here at FounderMade Austin, what is it?
I'd say one of my biggest pieces of advice is to go all in. Give it everything you have. You can't be doing one thing, doing another thing, and then doing this thing. You got to be all in. You only have such few minutes in your life, such few days in your life to do something. And if it takes that much longer because you're all over the place to accomplish your goal, it's a waste of time. You'd rather know if it's going to fail or do well quickly and then go move on to the next thing. That's basically it. And my advice with getting into FounderMade is like always try to squeeze through for free.
Awesome. Thank you, Hudson. Great to see you.
I am now an advisor and advocate for positive impact companies. I help them scale and increase their performance, but primarily focused on health, wellness, longevity, and climate.
And what was the biggest learnings that you had, or just one big key learning from all those different companies that you founded? Because I think you get wisdom on each step, right, of the journey. But what would you say overall, one of the biggest things that you learned?
For me, it's really about who you're surrounding yourself with. So pick your co-founders very carefully.
Yeah, I always say everything's energy. And so you want to make sure you have the best energy, the best thing. This room has insane energy. I really just applaud all of you. So let's keep it going.
All right, well, let's welcome the panelists on the stage here. I'll sit in the far and see all y'all guys. Yeah, let's line up with our pictures. That works. All right, well, thank you guys for coming. Thank you guys for being here. I'm going to let everybody introduce themselves before we dive in. But as you can read here, we're talking about redefining the future.
Hi, you're amazing.
You are too.
I am Cheryl Mills Knight. I am the SVP of Brand and Culture at Kendra Scott. I was the first marketing hire back in 2005, and I have built the brand alongside Kendra from the ground up.
Everyone, I'm Wesley Way. I'm the VP of Ops here at Cabinet Health. At Cabinet, we are on a mission to eliminate single-use plastic in healthcare. So looking forward to this panel and sharing some of the stuff that we're building here at Cabinet with you guys.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kim Chappell. I'm the Chief Brand Officer at Bobby. We are a direct-to-consumer organic infant formula company for all my moms in the house. I got you covered. I joined Bobby as the third employee in our co-founder's basement and have helped build the brand to where it is today.
Hi, everyone. My name's Megan, and I am the Director of Partnerships at AG1. Super excited to be here. If you guys don't know, AG1 is a foundational nutrition supplement, and we're really just on a mission to empower others to take ownership of their health. So I oversee our partnerships and community activations, and I'm super excited to be here and chatting with you all.
Okay, so let's dive in, and I'll throw this one out to anyone who wants to answer it. But I think we all know that sometimes it's hard to stay true to your core values and your mission as you scale a company. You know, there's bumps along the way. There's things that come up. There's the, shiny object syndrome, as I call it. What have you guys experienced or done that's helped you stay true to what is really important to you and your purpose as you've scaled your companies?
I can take this one off the bat. As soon as you said that, and I did not know this question was coming, but for those of you who had a baby in the last couple of years, there was a nationwide infant formula shortage that hit our country. Shelves were empty around the country. It was a really scary time for parents. Bobby had rapid overnight success. In 2 weeks, we realized if we continue to take customers in that moment, new customers, we were going to sell out of formula and not be able to fulfill our subscriber orders months down the line because we didn't have a sure bet on inventory. So instead of taking that growth in the moment, we made the decision to close our store and start a wait list, which was a tough call to make as an investment-backed company. I was trying so hard to be a loud voice in that room from the brand side and say, if we cannot meet our customers' monthly deliveries, we are dead in the water. Like, you have to be there if you're going to have a subscription-based company with infant formula food. We have to do everything we can to protect them and make sure that they can feed their babies. And so we made that call. We closed the store for 7 months and only shipped to our customers. And the brand love that we received from those moms and from those parents and from those breast cancer survivors and people that couldn't physically breastfeed their kids and relied on our product to feed them was, I mean, we still hear from people all the time that are like, you carried me through the formula shortage. And that was a difficult decision, but in hindsight, obviously the right one.
To add, I didn't even say what Kendra Scott is. I just made some assumptions here, so I apologize. We are a jewelry, fashion meets jewelry, fashion meets philanthropy jewelry brand here out of Austin. One of the things that is really powerful is that we have our 3 core values of family, fashion, and philanthropy. And while they began with our founder, Kendra Scott, it was really my job to take those core values that were her personal values and incorporate them into everything that we did as we went from being a wholesale only company for the first 8 years into e-commerce, and more importantly for us, into the retail space. And so we lead with family fashion philanthropy. It's woven into and integrated into everything that we do. And it starts with the people internally believing in it. I want to share a little bit that we just had the KS Academy Awards, as we like to call it, where it's a peer-based nominated celebratory of family fashion philanthropy within our culture, and we celebrated individuals today. That matters. So staying true to your core values, but making sure that every person, whether it's somebody that's been there for 19 years or somebody that is a key holder or a sales associate on the floor in Charlottesville, North Carolina, like they believe in family first and giving back to our community. And we just get to use jewelry as a vehicle for connection. That family first is how we show up for our customer, believing that connection, authentic, true connection, is at the heart of all of what we do. We make sure we do that. I could talk for a long time about this, but really that having our employees embody connection, listening first, knowing that the transaction, as we like to say, will follow, that they listen to our customers, they respond positively, they surprise and delight our customers, and we engage with a events-based and driven company. We had 21,000 events in our 136 stores nationwide. Our job is to integrate into those communities so that we feel like a local brand, even though we're originally from Austin. So
Yeah, I would love to piggyback off that. So for us, our success and our alignment and staying true has always been our mission of eliminating single-use plastic in medicine. So what we offer our customers today is your first order of medicine, it comes in a beautifully designed glass bottle. Your subsequent refills are in compostable pouches. And that product innovation is our vehicle for change. And having our mission ingrained in our DNA, more importantly, all the business decisions we make, has allowed us to stay true to this mission. So a perfect example, which I'm sure a lot of you guys can relate to, is when we first finalized the design for this packaging system, we placed our initial orders and we got our components, we opened our master cases. Each of our components were wrapped in plastic sleeves. And that was unacceptable for us. For our subsequent reorders, we challenged our suppliers to eliminate those sleeves. And our next iteration was an egg carton format that was made out of plastic still. We're not perfect, but it reduced a significant amount of plastic from just these raw material components. And since then, we moved to paper pulp for all of our raw material components. So outside of just mission to the consumers in terms of eliminating single-use plastic, we're also putting pressure against an entire supply chain that's supplying us everything to stay true to our mission.
Yeah, and I can piggyback on that as well. For AG1, one of the things we do to really stay true to ourselves and our mission to empower others to take ownership of their health is truly the power of simplicity. So as you guys probably see in the supplement space, there's so many different options, and we've really stayed committed to making one really, really high quality product that we stand firm in. There's so much that goes into the rigorous testing process, our NSF certification, the different adaptogens and prebiotics, probiotics, macronutrients that go into this product. And we're just obsessed with continuing to iterate on that one product. So I think for us, just being able to, stay firm in creating excellence in that product has been something that's great for us.
Megan, I'll keep you on the hot seat for a second because I know that you do a lot around partnership programs as well. Could you kind of give us some tangible things for the room around what would you suggest when you're looking at that as your channel for growth?
Absolutely. So, our community, our customer is the heartbeat of our brand and always has been. And, people often look to health educators and credible people in the industry to speak on the behalf of their brand. But truly, these are people that we, have been taking the product for years. And so one thing we always want to stay firm in is being able to celebrate all of the milestones that our customers and our partners have passed by just integrating this one daily habit into their routine. So A couple of, exciting partnerships to me include that of with Allison Felix, who everyone probably knows her as a highly decorated Olympic athlete. And we recently collaborated with her on a 3-part series, kind of just tearing down, the barriers that she's faced, throughout her career as she's like rebuilding in different ways, which has been really incredible and really an aspirational story for, our customer base. Another example of a partnership that I think really embodies this is that of with Andrew Huberman. He had been taking the product for 10 years, which, yes, we've been around for that long. And we didn't even start advertising with him until 2021. So that just in and of itself really shows the power of people really believing in our product and already that are able to speak authentically to it.
Thank you. Cheryl, can you talk a little bit about your grassroots involvement and like how that's changed your approach?
I mentioned that 21,000 events in our 136 stores nationwide. That's everything from shopping parties to Kendra Gives Back parties. Integrating into the communities is really key to our success. We want everyone to understand that we're here. We're a jewelry store, but come into our walls and let us take care of you. Let us celebrate with you. Let us host a really great catered party, very specifically curated and catered party for you. So it's really more of that kind of welcoming environment that Kendra always said, we have these 4 walls, but it's really our home, and we want to invite you into our home, and we want you to have fun and stay a while. So we have these really integrated moments, but it's being able to host, whether it's a shopping party, which is always fun, but you don't have to be a 501c3 in order to host a party. We have so many gorgeous events that happen, horrible, traumatic events that happen in people's lives, and they know that they can come to us and we will be there and show up for them. And that is a part of our infrastructure. We have a marketing and philanthropic manager, a group of individuals, 30 individuals that report into the marketing team that are dedicated to these regions, these areas, to truly become a part, like I said, of that community. They're here to, yes, share our marketing campaigns and have a lot of fun with the new product launches that happen along the way, but they are dedicated to integrating into the community, the things that matter to the community specifically. What are those organizations that matter specifically to that store in that region? And then we really just open up our doors and let people know that we're here for them.
And speaking of community, I mean, Kim, you'd also mentioned, these mothers, they really appreciated what you did. And so how have you kind of taken that and then driven that forward to create even more impact for your company, maybe some stories around that?
So our customers, everybody's customers are the lifeline of their company, right? Our customers are different because this is not a soda or a razor or something where we're trying to squeeze something out of them for years on years on years. We have 1 year with our customer and we are feeding their baby, right? And usually at the crossroads of when their body has failed them to do it. And it comes with a lot of guilt and a lot of shame. And there's a huge stigma tied to our product. And we're very, very aware of that. And so what we try to do is, how do we make them feel okay in that moment? And as a team of moms, we're the only mom-founded and led infant formula company in the US, which is pretty wild. But I have 3 kids under 6. My baby, my youngest, was a Bobby baby. So when this is so deeply personal for you as a team, and you can relate to your customer who is on that journey with you, how are you building that relationship with them over time and not just trying to sell them something else? What are you actually unlocking for them? What opportunity are you giving them to become activists for the mission that you're on? One of the things that we started was Bobby for Change, which is the social good arm of our business, which we also staffed in-house because we wanted to invest in that. And now it's one of our highest open emails, and it's people that have joined it that are not even in our community, but or not even a customer, but they love what we're trying to do for moms and for new parents in general. And so when we go to do a marketing campaign, it is always rooted in some level of activism, and we pull our community into that. We give them the place to go. We use our engineers to say, go email your senator. We send them the postcard in their inbox that says, put a stamp on this and send it to your lawmaker. We give them the tools to become more than just customers so that they want to stay with us as a brand later, or refer us, or come back if they have a second baby, or if we ever do release that product for a mom or for a toddler. We know that they love us and they want to be still a part of the Bobby fam, as we call it.
I want to do a partnership with you.
do
We're
it.
94%.
Let's put some
female.
Kendra Scott in those
Okay,
boxes,
let's
baby.
see.
Business happening right here. I love it. Wes, with what you guys are doing around sustainability, as we all know, like Gen Z especially cares more about the environment than other generations. What has been your approach to working with them? And, how are you marketing to them? And what are you finding that works best?
Absolutely. Our sustainability story is really our marketing vehicle to Gen Z. Gen Z is coming of age where the global climate crisis is very much top of mind, and their feeling of powerlessness has resulted in changing to sustainable ways such as thrifting, composting, purchasing from sustainable brands such as Cabinet. And on our end, our job is to really be able to communicate effectively our mission to eliminate single-use plastic. So when Gen Z is switching their medicine from their traditional single-use plastic containers to Cabinet, they feel good on their purchase, knowing that they're doing good for the earth as well.
Great, thank you. Has anyone got some really good tidbits on what is the best way to market in today's world? Very broad questions. You can.
I just think you get called on bullshit really, really quickly. Like, you better have the receipts if you're going to go and say that you stand for a policy or you stand for a mission. What are you actually doing besides that marketing campaign, and how are you seeing that through in the lifeblood of your company? Because I think people, not only on social media, but just Gen Z or, our early millennials, they will call you real fast on some BS. That's what I think.
And I think it's transparency across like everything you're doing. So for us, when we create a new packaging solution, we're not just thinking about, okay, this is our marketing vehicle, say that we are reducing single-use plastic. As I mentioned before, we go up the supply chain to make sure all of the partners that we work with, we hold them to sustainability metrics that then we push to make sure that we are, as a business, running with our mission. And that way our marketing, as you just mentioned, just like it's consistent and transparent for our customers.
You have to be authentic these days. It's not even somebody's going to call you on your bullshit. It's like somebody is going to truly be like, you are not real. And it's not just the mean people on social media that will say that. I mean, I love it because it's a call for further integrity and further all of us really taking a look at who we are and what we're doing and the impact that we're making. When it comes to your question, I would definitely say empowering our teams, specifically our social media teams, to be quick, agile, and have fun. So we are a fun brand. We have a lot of joy. Joy is a part of the way in which we connect. And so really, there's no yellow tape or red tape or any kind of tape really within the walls of KS. We have a very entrepreneurial mindset, very fast paced. So it's really like green light, go. Like, if you want to run it past some leadership, cool. But this channel, this specific communication style, what's relevant, go. Have fun, report back to us, and then we'll see. If it didn't work, great. More importantly, empowering the teams to have that entrepreneurial spirit and to make those really quick decisions, especially in the social media space, it's pretty awesome. They are happy.
And for us, I would say it's really just about meeting the customer where they're at. Everyone's health journey is very personal to, wherever they're at in their life. And so being able to, provide the right education to someone who might just be starting off on their health journey, and whereas also giving an approach to someone who's been doing this for years and years and years. I think being able to cater to all of those different stages of the journey and, you know, investing in your health is something that we really, really hold true.
Amazing. So we talked about asking a question around like, what advice would you give? I want to flip that a little bit because I actually think we learn the most from our failures. So would you guys like to share a little bit about like maybe one failure and what it taught you, or if we could just, or keep it briefer and just advice around something you learned through failure? Throwing them a hard ball.
Start. So when we first launched Cabinet, we just assumed that regulatory standards set by the FDA were there to protect the consumers. So all the medicine that we were importing and putting into our packaging system and selling, we never did any kind of third-party validation checks. Then we decided, okay, maybe we should bring in a third party just to spot check, make sure on an annual basis that let's just make sure our medicine is safe to consume. Did a spot check, and one of our medicines tested super high for lead. Within the FDA spectrum, it's within the tolerance, but for us, it was like 6x more than what you should be consuming on a daily basis. And so we went back to our supply chain. We challenged them, tried to figure out what was the root cause, found out an inactive ingredient was the reason that was driving this lead. But to the FDA, it was perfectly fine to consume. And so since then, every single one of our products are third-party tested, every single batch before it makes its way into our final product and on shelf and sold on our websites.
I thought of a failure. I was racking my brain of like early days, Bobby. When we had just launched in 2021, we had 10 people on our team, and we got an offer from the company Baby List, who I'm sure many of you guys know, to be in their gift box that they send out to pregnant moms across the country with a can of Bobby, or an offer for, I think our offer was like 2 free cans of Bobby because we wanted to like be the best offer in the box. We're like, oh, this is so awesome, you guys. This is going to change the trajectory of our company. We're going to get into every Baby List box. Well, we weren't big enough to understand the repercussions of that at the time. And of course, it seems so obvious now, but we had major fraud happening with those codes going out, and people were taking advantage. They were sharing it on Facebook. We had to like shut down the whole program. And then we had people angrily reaching out to us being like, I got this Baby List kit. Why can't I redeem this? That were actual real Baby List customers trying to redeem that coupon. We are all like, fuck, what did we just do? So we had to take each person one by one and take them through the Bobby journey on our platform site and validate that they were Baby List. But because of Baby List privacy stuff, they wouldn't share their data with us. They wouldn't share their email address, so we couldn't cross-check on our own platform. So my advice to you is, before you take on something that may seem like a massive opportunity, do a gut check that you're going to be able to pull it off all the way through the end, and that you have the people and infrastructure, or it's going to be such a mess to clean up and it's actually not worth the opportunity.
I have a small one that's actually something we're facing right now, but very simple. We had messed around with our welcome box packaging so that the D3K2 would stack up against the pouch, and it's created friction, and some of our customers are opening like some packages that are, you know, kind of exploding a little bit. So we've quickly pivoted, and that is no longer happening. But just things like that pop up that you really just have to roll with the punches, listen to your customer, and move on, that you would never think this will cause a problem. But
Have one for us? You're going to be the only one that doesn't share some failure.
Like every day, there are these little micro failures. They're like this like self-awareness moments. So I was even going down the path of like personal things and like leading teams versus the actual customer experience. But because leadership is so powerful, I think a lot of times we can say things that think are constructive, and it doesn't necessarily land on listening ears. And I think that one of the greatest things that I've learned over the course of time through many mess ups is this making sure that I am thoughtful and deeply empathetically kind when I'm delivering hard messages, because I can be real fiery, can be real hot and I can be real like, let's just get this done because we got 20 more other things to do in the next, 5 minutes. So, but also making sure to come back, circle back and apologize and check in when I do maybe a little spicy with
Good
with
self-awareness.
my leadership.
I just thought
Thank
of
you for
another mistake.
sharing.
Can I tell another mistake? Our marketing got flagged by TSA at the airport because we like to put these funny stickers on top of our cans, and we put one that said, "The shit is bomb," as in like your baby's gonna have a great shit because the proof is in the poop, right? And our customers are traveling, and the TSA person said, "What is in this can, ma'am?" So we get these DMs that it's getting flagged by TSA, and I was like, let's go ahead and cancel that sticker. So maybe think through all the touch points on your marketing.
So good. Well, thank you guys so much. We have to wrap up. So we didn't get to our fun facts, but we're out of time. So you're in the clear there. But if you want to share your social handles so that people can follow you or get in touch with you, let's go down the line.
Mine's Peg Mara.
No idea how that's spelled. Okay.
Don't follow me on Instagram. It's all kid stuff. I'm on LinkedIn. I'm Kim Chappell.
Wesley Way on LinkedIn, but Instagram is Weasley Way, and it's Weasley because Wesley Way was taken. So.
I honestly don't post anything except my child once a year for his birthday, and I didn't even do that, and it was yesterday. So I'm Cheryl Mills-Knight on LinkedIn.
And I'm Nancy Feckney, LUV on Instagram. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
How awesome. You guys really rock stars, and the energy that you're bringing, you can just come off amazing. Hello. Amazing. All right. This is one of my other favorite topics is finance and funding. And I have a special guest star who he is actually my brother-in-law. He's actually my favorite brother-in-law. I shouldn't say that.
Has two.
But this is Michael Benjamin. Michael, I want to talk to you about your background because you're like #1 lawyer in consumer, and he's taken consumer brands and companies public. So I just want just for some context, and I just would love to know, what you're seeing in the market, how you're thinking about things. Yeah.
So first of all, thank you to FounderMade, thank you to Megan. It is an interesting time for consumer brands. It's a time for brand equity, really strong engagement with your end users, and a product that's really compelling. So a lot of discipline around fundraising, but the money is there. If you have a great idea and you have really good execution, the money is there. We're starting to see companies do bigger and bigger deals, and we're starting to see investors recycling capital and selling to bigger investors coming in to push these companies to the next level.
And then just of your career, what consumer companies have you taken public?
There's a number of them. We just did Armor Sports last month, which is the company that owns Arc'teryx, Atomic, Salomon, Louisville Slugger. So they own a bunch of performance and sports brands. We just took Birkenstock public in the fall. Back in the 21 boom, there were a bunch of companies, Torrid Fashion, Sweet Green, which I'm sure everyone here enjoys too. So there's a lot going on. We're waiting for more companies to come back. But a lot of companies are talking to us about exits now for later in the year. So it should be a good year, we hope.
But what I love about this in this room is that it can start with an idea and you can make it whatever you want. You can take it public, you can sell it, you can do all of that. So anyways, I will invite the panelists up. Woo!
How are you? What's going on? All right. So thank you for the introduction, Megan. Just very quickly, because we don't have a lot of time, and Julia's going to keep me, she's going to rip this microphone from my hands, from my cold, dead hands. As Megan mentioned, my name is Michael Benjamin. I'm an attorney, a corporate attorney at Latham & Watkins. We have an office here in Austin. We're very committed to everything that is going on here. It's a very exciting ecosystem to be a part of. As Megan mentioned, I spend a huge amount of my time with consumer retail companies. I represent financing sources, I represent companies, management teams, at all stages of the life cycle. Although the thing that really gets me excited is the exits, and especially public markets exits. We have an awesome panel here today. I'm going to start with Jacqueline here on my right. Just quick introductions, and then let's get into the content.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jacqueline Johnson. I'm the co-founder of Cherub. And Cherub is essentially connecting angel investors and entrepreneurs using dating app mechanics. So we jokingly call it Raya for deal flow. We're launching this week. We've been in alpha. And yeah, we're really excited. Over $1 million has been deployed to founders through the platform.
Hi, my name is Badr Alam. I'm the managing partner of Full Frame Growth Partners. We're a consumer growth investment firm making investments probably on the low end, 15 million up to 50 million, have been a big part of leading managing investments in companies like Vital Proteins, One Bar, Waterloo here in town. So look at a lot of nutrition, wellness, food, beverage, beauty, personal care.
I am Anna Marie Washer, founder and CEO of Flat Roll Partners. We're an investment advisory firm, invests across asset classes in sustainability and themes like future of health, education, environment. We invest in venture funds. We invest in early stage startups. We've been in deals like Lyft, Q Health, Chroma Wellness, and really thinking about what's the future of health. And on the consumer side, themes that consumers are starting to care more and more about, like regenerative businesses. And
I'm Scott Craig. I'm one of Michael's partners at Latham & Watkins, and I'm here in Austin. I focus on emerging companies and venture capital, including consumer and direct-to-consumer. Some companies in town that we've represented include Everly Health, Roca, Sweet Leaf Tea way back in the day. We actually sold a Latham when I was at a Latham client when I was at a different office. But yeah, excited to be here, and we're really excited about the opportunity here in Austin. Thanks.
Okay, it's a powerhouse panel. So let's get into it. So topic is money. So let's talk about money. Some people have it. Everyone wants it. I know I do. I'm in the latter category. So want to raise institutional capital, whether it's a Series Seed or a Series A, you're going to go speak to a real investment firm, someone like Badr or Anna, and you're doing advisory stuff as well, right? So you're
Yeah, I angel invest as well.
right. So you're going to go and see someone. How do you prepare yourself for that? You've been focused on idea into execution, building a team, managing cash. You think you've got like proof of concept now. How do you prepare yourself for that meeting?
I think early stage fundraising has changed fundamentally in the last few years. I think it's definitely challenging. I think most venture firms don't really want to talk to you unless you're doing $1 million in rev. I think that's been my experience, at least, is, they're immediately asking about revenue. Doesn't matter how much traction you have or the product market fit. That being said, I think, a lot of founders just need $250,000, $500,000 to maybe get them to the place where they could go ask for venture and have the traction they want, which is why we created Cherub. I think there's 16 million founders out there raising money currently in sort of the pre-seed stage. So, it's drinking from a fire hose in a lot of ways. So I think, that would be my suggestion, is sort of think about like, why venture, why now? And if it makes sense for you, and if there's ways to get to venture later through angel investment, that's one way to look at it. The other thing I would think about is, like, at least in my experience, it's like revenue, competition, and like how quickly can you go to market has been sort of, what a lot of investors I've been talking to have been really focused on, like, during this time.
Yeah, for us, it's both tangible and intangible. I mean, we really, when we're looking at CPG, start with the product. And if you have a great product that has efficacy, some level of potential barriers to entry, differentiation, there's always an opportunity to build a brand around it. When you lean in on the brand too early and the product's not there, you just can't build the right quality of revenue and the right scaling of the business over time. And so we find those types of opportunities are the most disruptive. I was an investor in a company called One Bar, which is a protein bar business, and protein bars have been around for decades. And they were really clever because in their product, they were the first to come out with a birthday cake flavor. We went from 5 to 35 million in revenue on the birthday cake flavor alone. And the flavor formulation was that business's special sauce. So it really started with with a great product. And then on the more intangible side, I think it works both ways. Is you want someone who's kind of like, you can look across at different types of investors, different types of venture capital firms. You want someone who's kind of aligned with the way you want to build a business, you can go to their websites, you can feel the energy and the vibe, and we really focus on, can we be helpful to the business, right? That the capital is almost a byproduct of what we do. So if you're a founder going out, you can audit these investment firms and see if the cultural fit is going to be right, and if they can really be helpful to your business, depending on what you're looking. If you're just looking for the capital, that's one thing. But if you're really looking for someone to help you come light it up, there's a whole nother area of founder diligence you have to do as part of that.
Yeah, I mean, I would add, like, really know who you're going out to speak with when you're looking for investors. And especially in today's market and on the earlier side, and what Butter's touching on is, like, do your research before you go in for any meeting. I know, like, especially in the last year, it's been a desperate time for capital and everyone's struggling. There's been a shift, I think, culturally, where what was touched on earlier is that they're looking for $1 million in revenue. And so, earlier, like 3 years ago, it was growth, growth, growth. How fast can you scale with users, or how many people are on your social? And those aren't really valuable metrics anymore. I would say lean into family offices if you're an earlier stage company that have more opportunities for patient capital, especially on the consumer product side. And, even like in the Bobby story, and I love Bobby, I'm a new mom, and they've done an incredible job with the brand and the culture of moms. But giving out, free products on Baby List are not always today like the right metric that investors are looking for, because when you convert that to a paying customer, it's the conversion that's really important, and that you can show growth that way. And especially as public markets have dried up, and people are looking for different kinds of exits, especially with consumer and the kinds of companies you're investing in, which I'd love to hear more about it. That's something that's more relevant when you're speaking even earlier stages of investors.
Just before you answer, Scott, if you don't mind expanding also, because we've talked about venture, we've talked about growth, we've talked about family office. As you answer the question about how to be prepared, it'd be great to get your perspectives standing in an operator or founder's shoes. How do you match the right type of capital, family office versus growth versus a control investor versus venture? How do you match that with the growth and exit horizon of the business?
Yeah, I mean, family offices are considered patient capital, so they want to see you scale without burning all the money that you raised. Venture capital firms want the fundamental opposite. And hopefully they're shifting a little bit, but I can't stand this with VC funds. I'm sorry if you're a VC fund.
A lot of VCs in the room here.
There
You're
are
going to be very lonely at happy hour.
We're launching a venture fund. We're just taking and there's more and more venture funds that are taking this approach. And I founded a tech company before, and the VCs always wanted to see us burn more money. And as like a patient capital investor, it was really hard to swallow. And so family offices are going to want to see you profitable at an earlier place than venture capital that may be looking for different metrics. That shifts over time. Like the stage of which Butter's investing in, and you can speak for yourself, is not looking for you to have an excessive amount of R&D and CapEx and only $1 million in revenue. And so that's something that's important when you're going out to investors. I'd also say, like, how you're representing yourself. I do think the market's shifting, and maybe this is just a controversial perspective. Do not go out there. Absolutely do not, with a family office, go out and be like, yo, bro, we're about to close next week, and I'll reserve you that 50K or 100K I have left, but we're oversubscribed. Like, that is just, for family offices specifically, that's such a big turnoff, whether it's true or not. Like, these are gentle, realistic investors that have built their own businesses and operating businesses, and they just want to have an honest conversation with you. I think the VC market is shifting. I love an investor that's going to be honest with me. Like, hey, we're struggling, but I know these are the 3 things I need to get to next. And this is where I'm going to spend my money. And this is where I really think revenue is going to go. Don't tell me you're going to do 5 million in revenue next year when you're doing 300K. Like, honest conversations, I think, go far in this type of investing environment.
Scott?
Yeah, I mean, in my line of work, especially when I'm company counsel, I mean, our job is basically preparing these companies for exit, whether it's IPO or getting sold, and basically not making mistakes, not getting into trouble, but also trying to find the right investor. And they've all talked about alignment, but alignment on exit too. I mean, you don't want to go to a family office and tell them what you're going to do 5 years after your IPO. I've seen decks that do that, and it's insane. I mean, that's way beyond. The family office is going to want out by then. Same with a VC. At the same time, if your exit level is much lower than the fund is, you're going to be misaligned on when to exit. That fund's going to want to grow you much more, far beyond what you want to do when you exit. So you need to have alignment with your investor on when you want to exit and what their expectations are from you and what your expectations are with how you're going to use their money.
Scott, one follow up, just because Anna touched on it and I saw Jacqueline react to it. 2021 and 2024 could not be like crazier bookends. And you did, and I know this because we're business partners, you did an enormous amount of volume in 2021. And I've got to believe that the fundamental deal dynamics are incredibly different. Maybe starting with Scott and working back down this direction. What are the biggest differences that you're seeing in those two bookends?
Well, yeah, to Anna's point, the VCs are shifting, even in tech where I do a lot of work, but also in CPG. Extend runway, reduce burn, like focus on earnings, less on growth. And we're actually seeing that fundamentally in the initial investments too. It's, it may be slowing the volume of investments down because people aren't throwing money around as much because they don't want to lose it on really fast burn companies. But yeah, I mean, I think we're noticing that the VCs and the growth investors are taking a more, I guess, measured approach to how to what they expect from their companies. Just given what happened, post 2021. Now, a lot of companies had enough cash in 2021 to kind of make it through. But what's happening is they've just completely shut down the growth to extend runway and hopefully catch up to those valuations that they got in 2021, because that's going to be the tough part, catching back up to where they were able to raise money back then.
I mean, I love a good finance pun. So 2021, we saw like a lot of SPACs, and this year
I'm going to run away now. She said
have been a lot of spectacular failures.
Oh, stop it.
But I think
that SPAC is whack, right?
SPAC is whack. Don't do it. I think there's nothing more frustrating for an investor to see lower valuations. That's painful. And that was what 2021 was. I think this year we're still going to see actually more take privates than take publics, and at fractions of what initial valuations were. So investors are really, and actually if you look at private equity numbers, there's more dry powder, so more money to be deployed sitting in private equity firms than there has been in a really long time. And everyone is sitting back to watch what companies are going to go private and where the deals are. And so there's much more money being deployed in basically the discounted businesses that are repositioning themselves for growth. And that's really important to pay attention to think about from an exit perspective. Early investors are out at the 6-month lockup post IPO. So don't think that they're going to stay on longer than that.
It's definitely two bookends. Father?
Yeah, I think if you're an entrepreneur, I mean, it's a spectacular time right now because over the last 12 to 18 months, a lot of the noise has gotten weeded out, and you're one of the best ones standing, right? And you've probably learned a lot of lessons along the way, whether it's supply chain or labor, and then you can sit here now and say, okay, people have gotten their hands around what's going on inflation-wise. The Fed has paused interest rate hikes. Hopefully there's more visibility into your business, and now you can have a more clear mind about finding the right investor. I think from the investor standpoint, whether it's 2021 or 2024, if you're a growth business, which I think you inherently are, if you're a DTC, the value in the equity is in the rate of growth, right? I mean, that's why the rate of growth stories become IPOs. But at some point, you got to be able to show that operating leverage. And I think the subtlety has been the shift to more prioritization around that operating leverage, not just from an EBITDA standpoint, but we spent a lot of time looking at when we look at a business, because there are a lot of working capital dynamics in these product companies, is the actual free cash flow before financing, not just historical, but we really try and size up what's the quantum of cash flow dollars the business is going to need to get to self-financing or whatever the end of the tunnel is for the founder. And then we try and solve for that, right? Whether it's through our equity or our equity coming in and then finding non-dilutive ways for the founder to solve for the rest of the capital. So I think the story stays consistent in some ways in terms of like how you think about it conceptually, but just where the prioritizations are and how you manage the business have become different.
Yeah, my 2021 and 2024 are so interesting because I sold to private equity in 2021.
Timing is everything.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was a long story. It was an event. It's an event company, but ironically, I just bought it back in 2024, which I think we'll see a lot more of that.
I think that was Anna's theory in action right there.
Yeah,
Right?
There's a lot of consolidation. I think that's going to start happening. A lot of buybacks, a lot of things like that. I mean, there was an article recently talking about how there's more startups now starting, and these startups businesses are built on shutting down businesses, like how to help businesses close. There's venture funds that are being raised just to consolidate CPG brands, to create a holdco model to streamline services and reduce costs. So we're in an interesting time. It's opportunistic for the right people, I think, and you can definitely make the most of it. But I think it's definitely a much different market.
I want to share my own anecdote on it and then ask the next question. So for me, what makes the U.S. economy so wonderful is that there's no shortage of ideas. There's incredible ideas. There's incredible intellectual capital, financial capital, and talent. What I saw in 2021 was financial intoxication. Everyone was drunk on money. And there were an incredible number of really good ideas, but they were overfunded and they were focused on growth. And where people fell down, in my experience, was less on the idea. They got the demand side of their operating and financial model right. They knew what the proposition was, and they got, in the early stages, the brand equity right. Where they really screwed up was in operations. They didn't build out the operating infrastructure to support the growth. And I think as we go through to this next cycle, and I'm hearing, these kinds of sound bites, extend the runway, operating discipline. I think that's the lesson that's been internalized. And so even though capital's been really tough to come by, it is there. I said that when Megan introduced this panel. I do think there's going to be continued period of rigor around how capital is raised. But I think if you have a really great idea and you believe in it, really focus on that operating discipline. I think it will resonate with investors, but I actually think it will empirically increase your chance of success significantly. Another topic that comes to mind as we go through this next fundraising cycle, control versus valuation. I've always found that there is this, I say this as an advisor who, sends a bill at the end of a transaction and gets his money. There's sometimes an irrational emotional attachment to valuation. My company's worth X, and that really means a lot to me. And I think people put too much weight on that and not enough on control, because valuation you can change and changes very quickly quarter to quarter. But control, once you hardwire giving up certain negative controls to investors, you can't get it back. So I'd love to know everyone's perspective, starting with Jacqueline, going back up the panel. How do you balance, because you're also an operator and a founder, how do you balance those two considerations, ownership and control?
I'm very similar to you, I would say. I'm not precious about equity. I think it's really about the smart capital that you're bringing on that can really help and grow your business. Like if you exit for $300 billion and you own 1%, you're still doing fine. But I think for me, at least, like valuations are arts and science, right? Like it's kind of a, based on certain things, especially like early days, you're just kind of figuring it out. So I think it's about also being really smart about the valuation you put forward, because you also don't want to overestimate it, because we're seeing so many down rounds in the last year. Because most notably, but the iOS update really screwed like a lot of CPG founders, whereas like they could turn a lever and the floodgates would open. They no longer could, but they were throwing so much money at the problem trying to figure it out that everyone kind of lost, a lot of steam around that. And so we saw the valuations dip. I think personally, it's all about control. It obviously depends on your business, but if you can maintain that type of power over, whether it's hires, budgets, all, P&L, anything like that, where you are the one fundamentally in the driver's seat, I think, and you're getting the capital that's strategic and going to be helpful, I think it's fine. I think you don't want to own 100% of a company worth nothing. You'd rather own a little bit of something that's worth a lot more.
I'm super interested to hear from Bada and from Anna as investors. How do you strike that balance in a deal valuation versus negative controls are going to be really important to you, so you can put guardrails on a management team that may be inexperienced or where you still have certain questions, but you want to invest?
I think as a minority investor, you're an invited guest into the business is the way I always look at it.
So 2021.
Well, I mean, but I'll balance that with, when you're evaluating a business, we're in the business of risk return, right? So as you're going through developing the partnership, getting to know the founders and entrepreneurs, doing your diligence, your risk return, if your risk is going up, the return you're expecting is going up, and the dynamics around that is going. There's also subtleties around control, right? I feel like a lot of people get hung up in the board seat control piece, where control is really sits in the contracts, the protective provisions and voting rights, and can you get pulled out as a founder or a CEO, or can they make some decisions that are just philosophically different than how you want to run the business? And so that's really important to spend a lot of time with who the potential investment partners are, to understand how do they handle things when they're going well? What's their bedside manner when things are going bad? Talk to the references on the menu, talk to the references off the menu. But I think inherently the decision sits control value. I mean, we always think about that piece of it is really two components. One, what's best for the business in terms of the capitalization and valuation, because you don't want to get in a situation where you overgun or undergun capitalizing the business or the valuation. And then most importantly, we're not running businesses. We're deal people, and we have a group of operating partners that help them. But what's going to incentivize the founders and the entrepreneurs, right? From a governance and control perspective.
Julia just gave me the first, about time.
Yeah. I've sat on both sides as a investor and then having a board. As an investor, and actually in this market, something to note is a lot of deals are adding warrants and options to sweeten the opportunity for investors. Sometimes investors are going to bring you those kind of structures on options. Read them carefully, because it can trigger a loss of control. If you work with your lawyers, because they'll really break it down for you. Don't try to be like, I'm going to save money. That $1,000 you didn't spend on the lawyer, it's not worth it. If someone said do an option agreement, just call your lawyer. But from a control perspective, one of the best things I love when I speak to founders that I'm potentially investing is that they know when to step down as the leader. That doesn't mean you need to give up control, but you're not the CFO and the COO and the CEO and the CSO and the CRO. You're not everything. So know what you're good at and know where you want to let go of control. At the same time, trusting people with your baby is a really hard thing, and people will make a ton of promises and fail. And at the end of the day, it's your ass on the line when you go to the board. So it doesn't matter if you didn't think you were in control of it. I made that mistake one time before. It's always you that's responsible at the end of the day. Now, one of the best things I did as a founder, which might be controversial to investors, is I was fortunate enough that when I raised money, I brought in a family office and became really good friends with that family office. And the woman on my board was a board observer, not a voting board member, but every time they tell the CEO, all right, now you get off the call and we're going to talk about you behind your back at the end of the call. And you're like, oh, fuck. I'll chat later. And then at the end of that call, she would call me back and say, so here's what they said. And so I could always go back next time and fix exactly what they were annoyed with me about. And then they were like, oh, she's growing. I wasn't growing. I just listened to what she said to me after the
That's
call.
growing.
So
That's growing.
That's my best advice as founders.
Scott, as you bring us home, could you, as after you share your thoughts on that,
Yeah.
could you just share with the room what you think what makes Austin such a fascinating and vibrant place for early stage companies?
Sure. I mean, I tell my founders, there's a couple things. I'm company counsel usually, not founder counsel. The longer the founder's in control, we're aligned, and that we're all on the same page. As a founder gives up control of the company, alignment of the founder and the company start to change, and as company counsel, things can sometimes get awkward. But that's why we focus on control over equity. And ultimately, what I tell my founders is, don't be afraid of dilution, just understand it. So a lot of companies are raising safes and convertible notes off their price round as long as they can, but and a lot of them don't understand what that's doing to their dilution when they do the price round. So the key is, talk to your attorneys, talk to your business advisors, make sure you understand dilution. Don't be afraid of it though, because 100% of zero, like you said, is still zero. As far as Austin goes, I'm going to attribute this to a guy named Mark Nathan, who's in town. He's a super connector. Some of you guys probably know him. He made an observation to me a couple weeks ago that I thought was great. Austin has become this CPG hotbed, both direct to consumer and retail. And it's funny, one of the reasons is, I think obviously it's the importance of homegrown products, homegrown services, and how that's really, really an important piece of this town. It always has been. But funnily enough, the observation you made, which you got to agree with, is you've got folks that are really pushing the entrepreneur in this town. You've got places like HEB, Whole Foods, and I'm going to say it, Buc-ee's, where which it sounds funny, but those entities are bringing in a lot of homegrown, like Central Texas products, food, services, clothing, all of it, and it's created this environment where these different companies can really flourish and then go national. You see a brand like Poncho or Howler Brothers here in town. E-commerce, they sell in a few local stores and then they blow up. So it's really, I think it's really a unique place because of those reasons. And come to Austin, invest. We got a lot of companies.
Anyone else we got 1 minute left. And I'm interested in your perspective, because we knew each other in New York and you live here now. So you probably have a helpful perspective on what makes Austin so great.
I kind of joke, like there were a ton of people that left New York and LA and went to either Austin or Miami. And if you went to Miami, you decided to keep being an asshole. And if you came to Austin, you decided to leave that culture behind. I do think that there's something to be said about the culture of Austin from an entrepreneur. People are here to help you. It's like freshman year of college. Everyone wants to socialize and become friends. And so the ability to network, to find your co-founder, to find your CFO, your COO, and people that are the right fit for your business, it is an amazing hub for consumer. I don't know, something's in the Waterloo water here, like that. But there's a lot of great brands, and it's a great market to test for the LA, New York trendster market that exists with your oversized hats and your Erewhon. And it's a good market to test for the cowboys that just want to go to, Whitehorse and do some cowboy dancing. So you get a really good range when you're testing your market.
I think Anna just put out there the post happy hour event. There we
Whitehorse
go.
Tavern, guys. Yeah.
Let's go.
I think we're out of time. Julie, you're going to yank me now. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you to the panel too, and thank you to FounderMade.
So do we have the ice cream coming out? Are we able to, Christina from the FounderMade team, are you gonna, I think we're having an ice cream social with Jason Karp. Do you guys know, I feel, and yeah, take down this. Have you guys heard of Hugh? You guys like that chocolate? Or I think I might eat it every day. I might really eat it every day. And I run marathons, but I also eat the chocolate every day, so thank you. So Jason, come up, because you founded this. You are like one of my favorite, humans that are building beautiful things in the world. It's really incredible, incredible, incredible. So for context, just so that we have some context, but I know that, is your microphone on?
Is it on?
It's perfect. Right. It's so perfect. And by the way, what I love about you is that you're always so honest. Actually, why don't we switch just for I would love for you to be in this seat because I like to be symmetrical. Sorry. This is OCD, entrepreneur OCD. So just for context on, your background, because you were in hedge funds back in the day. Yes. And now you're building one of the most interesting, I think, wellness
companies in the world, and to really have this massive vision, but just a little bit on your background.
Hi, everybody. We got some ice cream coming out, some organic, plant-based Cosmic Bliss.
And there's a whole story around it. That's why we're having an incredible ice cream social.
With Hue chocolate chips as a topping. I have a very bizarre background. I went straight to finance out of college into a hedge fund. And in my second and third year of working, I got really sick. I developed a few rare autoimmune diseases at the time and a degenerative eye disease where I was going blind at the age of 23. And I was supposed to be fully blind by the age of 30. My eye disease was incurable. All the Western medicine doctors told me there was no cure for my disease and that I just would have to accept my fate. And I decided to take matters in my own hands just because I was a naive optimist, and decided to see if I could cure myself with food and lifestyle. This is back in the year 2001, when food as medicine wasn't really a concept that anyone really paid attention to. And through a lot of research and a lot of experimentation, my vision came back, and I was the first case they'd ever seen of someone reversing that disease. And I did it with food and lifestyle, no pharmaceuticals. And when I walked out of the doctor's office that day, which is one of those days when I'm sure you all have one of those days where your life has changed forever, I decided I was going to devote a significant portion of my life, free time, philanthropy, and everything else to waking people up and trying to make it easier for people to live a healthier life, particularly in this country. Where the statistics then are less bad than they are today. Today is actually much worse in terms of the levels of obesity, chronic disease, ADHD, autism, allergies, mental health issues, all of which can be traced back to our environment and our food supply. And I stayed in the hedge fund business for 20 years. And then along the way, a few years after that, my brother-in-law, my wife's brother, I started talking to him a lot about how I was living, and he started living that way and noticed how much it improved his health. And him and my wife and me, we decided to create Hue Kitchen, which originally, for many of you probably don't know this, originally was a restaurant, not a chocolate company. And it was a restaurant that was extremely risky, and some would say ahead of its time. Our restaurant that we opened in the Union Square area of New York City, the whole restaurant was gluten-free, dairy-free, refined sugar-free, and seed oil-free. This is back in 2011. All of the animals we sourced were wild or raised in a way that was evolutionarily consistent. And it was kind of like a paleo-inspired or ancestral-inspired food court. And the chocolate was an accident. We were making gluten and grain-free baked goods, because I just love baked goods, and things like muffins and cookies and scones and such. And we needed chocolate chips for our baked goods, and we could not find chocolate chips that met our strict ingredient guardrails. And we realized we had to make our own chocolate chips for the baked goods. And in that journey, we came up with a chocolate recipe that we loved, and we decided to turn them into chocolate bars. And then we got a really lucky break. By the way, we knew nothing about restaurants, and we knew nothing about CPG or chocolate for that matter. And if I knew then what we know now, I never would have done it. So blind optimism is a necessary trait for entrepreneurs. And we got a lucky break. One of our chefs, his girlfriend at the time, was a forager at the Columbus Circle Whole Foods location. And she came in one day and said, "This is the best healthy chocolate I've ever had. Can we sell it at Whole Foods?" And that was how Hue Chocolate got born.
It's amazing. I mean, and this is what I think is so, you're given something that was like a life-changing event for you.
and you made it your mission. And I think that's where the most powerful and the biggest missions that are aligned with universe, whatever you believe in, come from. Okay, so go forward.
Okay.
Let's just talk about some of the wins, because I just feel like you always win. You're
I don't always
winning.
win.
You're winning.
You
You're
just
winning.
you see the wins. You
Well,
don't
the
see
winnings, but you know what? And this is what I love about anyone who's saying that they're winning all the time, they're probably not really building a business. They're probably not, because the humility and the honesty.
Yeah.
But let's talk about some of those, because I think
Yeah.
they're super interesting in such a short amount of time.
There were, before I get to Human Co. So when we opened Hugh Kitchen, the restaurant, 2 months after I launched my own hedge fund, which was a catastrophe in terms of timing. And it just sort of, the chips kind of fell the way that they did. There were no fewer than 5 days where I was within hours of closing Hugh Kitchen. The first 6 months of the restaurant were just an unmitigated catastrophe in terms of the financials. But I think, as you point out, I really feel like I was an actual miracle with what I did, and I felt like this was my duty to try to help people. And I invested an imprudent amount of my own money. We had no outside investors into trying to make this a reality. I did not invest the money because I was bullish. I did it because everyone around me thought I was insane. And I also didn't want to have the conversation with traditional investors, because my world was professional investing. And I didn't want to have that traditional kind of investor conversation of, oh, I'm looking at your margins. Why don't you substitute this shittier, inferior ingredient that's bad for people on the planet and get your margins up and make your business look better? I never wanted that conversation. And I knew that would happen, by the way. And there were many decisions we made in the early days of Hugh that were bad for our P&L and good for people. And some of those we got credit for, and some of those you never knew about. But I wanted to be able to sleep at night, because as a public market investor, and I was involved in many of the public big food companies, mostly on the short side, I saw how they made decisions. And it wasn't necessarily malicious. It was the way that the capital markets are structured, where whenever there was a hard decision that a public company has to make about better for bottom line or better for people, they choose better for people, they get fired. So the system is rigged against seeing healthier products exist. And that's why you see so many terrible, terrible products for people in the grocery store. It's because those are the highest profit margins. Those are the most shelf stable. Those are the most homogenous. And the only way for businesses to scale massively, historically, has been to widgetize and homogenize and commodify animals and all the other practices that go into making stuff at scale. So there were a lot of ups and downs. And then we hit this point where the word of mouth about our authenticity and what was working just started to spread. We didn't have a marketing budget. We didn't really spend money on marketing, and we got very lucky with how much of our visibility happened organically from people talking about it, because at the time there wasn't many things like Hugh Kitchen or Hugh Chocolate. And then as it started to grow, we had to sort of figure out things on the fly. We made our chocolate in a very different way than 99.9% of chocolate globally. We had to retrofit our own machines. We had to figure out the supply chain, which didn't really exist. At one point, we were one of the largest buyers of organic coconut sugar in the United States, which was very weird. And as we were kind of figuring all this stuff out on the fly, I realized we had built an ecosystem of a lot of different pieces, from investors, celebrities, organic ingredient providers, logistics. And I realized that we had this kind of platform element that could be used for other companies, and we could help other companies. And my goal was to see many more really high integrity, high level of caliber on ingredients and practices. My goal was to see those kind of companies succeed, because there aren't that many of them. And as a consumer and as a parent of 2 children, I wanted to see a lot more of those companies, but they just kept failing. because the economics of a lot of these companies that do it right don't make sense in the early days. And that was when I decided to come up with the idea of Human Co. I was in the kind of final innings of my hedge fund career. At that point, I was probably 17, 18 years into it. And I had a very difficult decision to make, financially speaking. We had a fairly large hedge fund that was very lucrative, with a bunch of people, but every day I was walking into the office and I felt like my soul was decaying. And I was actually very depressed, and I felt terrible about everything I was doing, but I was making a lot of money. And I always thought as a kid that making money meant happiness, and it doesn't. I felt like I got to the top of my mountain and there was nothing to see. And I had a hard look in the mirror many times. Most of it was my wife pushing me, saying, you have to stop, you have to stop, you have to pursue what really fulfills you. And the idea of Human Co came to me, which was to create a health and wellness holding company. You could think of it as a mini conglomerate, to eventually go against big food, where we would buy and build brands that had very high standards, similar to Hue, but in other food categories that aren't chocolate. And we could lead by example and show people that you can have amazing, delicious food that brings you happiness without compromising on the taste. And the idea was to build this sort of ecosystem under one umbrella where people would know what the name Human Co means. And if we come up with new brands or new products, even if you're not familiar with the brand, you would know what Human Co is. And you would understand how strict our standards are and how insane I am. And you would hopefully want to try the products, and through your own wallet, you would begin and help the movement of helping other health and wellness companies succeed.
The best part about you doing this is, and by the way, we have ice cream. This is our ice cream social. There's ice cream on the back. If somebody can start passing them out, that would be great. Because the products that you actually have built that are good for you or better for you are actually the best products in the market. Like, they're really, really well done. You don't feel sick from it. It doesn't have ingredients that are, causing inflammation. So let's just talk about how you went and tested out, because you have a couple different really interesting products in your portfolio, right?
Yep.
So talk through some of those. I mean, everyone knows that, Hue.
Yep.
But then let's talk about the other ones and how you innovated on those different products.
Yeah, so we have, here comes the ice cream. People are going to get wildly distracted.
It's great. It's ice cream social, guys. It's like
I'll start with
it's recess.
I'll start with Cosmic Bliss. Cosmic Bliss used to be called Coconut Bliss. It's a 16-year-old company. It always was the leader in their standards. It was a family-owned company, no outside investors, that specialized in fair trade practices for people, and also specialized in all organic, all gluten-free. There's no refined sugar in that. Typically, all aspects of it are just, and a super clean label. Sustainable packaging, and the company works with a number of farmers all over the world for some of the ingredients that we source. It was my favorite ice cream. And the first thing I did when we created Human Co was look at companies we'd want to buy that already built something that I thought was better than what we could do. And our principle or premise was, if there's brands out there that meet the standards that we like, and are kind of hitting a ceiling or struggling or haven't gotten to where they want to get to, those would be interesting candidates for us to buy under Human Co. And if there was a opportunity in a product area where the market leader in that product area or that segment, where the market leader was disgusting, I wanted to come in and create a new version of that product. And so I talked about Cosmic Bliss. The brand that we created from scratch is called Snow Days. I grew up on a spectacular amount of junk food, and one of my favorite items were pizza rolls. Some of you may have had Totino's pizza rolls, regrettably. Totino's pizza rolls are the market leader. They're owned by General Mills. It's a $800 to $900 million a year business. If you look at the ingredient label of Totino's, for example, their best-selling SKU is pepperoni. It has 90 ingredients in it. It also has imitation cheese, and not because it's vegan. It's just because it's shit. And it has at least 7 ingredients in it that are banned in other countries. It is an abomination. And so we looked at that and said, wow, this pizza roll market is shockingly big. And 90% of it is this nuclear waste. Could we create a human co-version of Totino's? And we had a lot of elements in our ecosystem, and particularly around R&D. And for those of you who've done food R&D, you'll know it's very hard to do R&D when you don't use chemicals. And my vision was, could we create a pizza roll that is organic, gluten-free, grain-free, uses no seed oils, and uses grass-fed dairy for the cheese? And of course, everyone around me was like, yeah, that P&L is never going to work. And it kind of doesn't work yet, but if you all buy some, it will. If you ever try it, they sell it at Whole Foods now. We came up with the name Snow Days, and I think it's relevant because when people used to come into Hugh Kitchen, which also had like a market section, like a mini Erewhon, and people saw what our ingredient standards were, and they saw like what we didn't allow in the restaurant. Look on people's faces was like they entered heaven if you are strict. Like, oh my God, I can eat everything in this store. And I am gluten-free. I generally only eat organic. And for those of you who grew up in a zip code where there was snow as a kid, you may remember when you used to get woken up by your mom and she would say, hey, Jason, today's a snow day. You don't have school. It was literally like the best feeling in the world. And you were like, holy shit, what am I going to do? I could do anything. This is the best day ever. I wanted to capture that feeling in a brand so that you have that sort of unbridled freedom of not feeling like you have to ask all the hard questions like, who made this? Where did it come from? What do I have to be worried about? So that's where the name came from. And that was our own incubated brand from scratch. And now that's now nationwide. It's still on the smaller side, but if you taste it, you'll see it actually tastes better than Totino's as well. And then our third brand is a gluten and grain-free bread and pizza company. By the way, all of our brands are seed oil free as well. It's called
What's the issue with seed oils? I'm sorry, I didn't know that seed oils.
Oh, okay. This is.
He's always educating me. Apparently, also the last time I spoke to you during pandemic, you had told me that the milk companies or the oat milks and all of the stuff that they're using. Yeah, you have a lot of strong feelings about all of them.
That was a good one.
I learned a lot.
That was a good one. During the processed oat milk heyday, I was very vocal about the lack of health attributes about those things. Anyway, so seed oils are controversial. Seed oils are things like canola oil, which is also called rapeseed oil, which is actually the correct name. Sunflower seed oil, safflower oil, and grapeseed oil. A few of those seeds, like sunflower seed oil, in and of itself is actually not that bad. The way that they make seed oils, so we don't have time for this, but there's some physiological debates about seed oils, fat composition in terms of omega-3 versus omega-6. We don't have to get into that. But if you actually Google how is canola oil made, most people don't realize how these seed oils are actually made. They're made like motor oil, and they have to be bleached. They have to be deodorized with chemicals, and the reason that they get deodorized is that the seeds are always rancid, and they have to get the rancid smell out of it. And then the way that they extract the oils are not in a typical cold pressed fashion, which is much more expensive. They actually use petroleum derivatives like butane and hexane to extract them. And that residue is on them. And then on top of it, depending on which seed we're talking about, if it's in this country, those seeds are sprayed. If it's not organic, those seeds are sprayed with a spectacular amount of pesticides, which also stays in the seed oils. So if you actually just look at how they're made without even debating the health aspects of the fat ratios, you will never want to eat them again. That is why we generally stand against highly industrially processed foods in general. And that's one of the worst that's out there. So that's why we don't do seed oils. Against the Grain is a gluten and grain-free pizza and bread company. We're actually the #1 gluten-free pizza. It was one of our favorites in our household. It doesn't taste like cardboard. It's actually amazing. And that was another family-owned company, no outside investors, that we approached. Basically said, you're our favorite. It's been around 15 years. It's based in Brattleboro, Vermont. And we approached them and said, this is our favorite. We love your standards. Interestingly enough, they had a great ingredient deck, but they did have canola oil in it. And the first thing we did when we bought it was we took out the canola oil and replaced it with olive oil. And that was not margin accretive. We're just trying to make everything better. And then we also have a Human Co. investments arm where we don't own the entirety of the company, where we own what we call semi-control, very, very involved, very active, significant aspects of control. And the two names we have in that part of our business are True Food Kitchen. If you're familiar with True Food Kitchen, it's a farm-to-table restaurant concept that's been around for about 16 years. There's 45 True Kitchens in 17 states. And then we have an interest in a direct-to-consumer marketplace that focuses on clean personal care and household products and getting rid of plastic called Grove Collaborative. And that's actually a public company.
Amazing. And then, I mean, you had this huge vision for Human Co. And then now you're doing things with Hailey Bieber, right? So talk about the smoothie. I know she's sold out of all of the smoothies in Erewhon, but talk about how that even happened, and then now the bigger, like the learnings from that, because that's a whole different type of innovation that you're seeing on the brand front that I think the learnings you guys can take back from this and just what he's done and how he's thinking about the market is something that you can probably take back for your business as well.
Yeah, the celebrity involvement thing is a very complex one that can go wrong or right. And there are many, many companies that have done it in a way where it wasn't authentic. The consumer's very good at smelling bullshit. The worst example of that for me was when Tom Brady was promoting Subway, which most of you know, Tom doesn't eat bread, never mind Subway. And so you have to be very careful about who you align with and who you might involve. This was a serendipitous situation that kind of came to us. For those of you familiar with Erewhon, Erewhon has a smoothie program where they have partnered with celebrities to make their own custom smoothie. And they've done it with a bunch of celebrities, but Hailey Bieber created a smoothie that was based on her cosmetics line. It's called the Strawberry Glaze Smoothie, and her lip gloss, which was one of her first products for her cosmetics brand, which is called Rhode, R-H-O-D-E, which is her middle name, turned out to be one of the most viral consumer products of 2023. Erewhon sells a almost unthinkable amount of these smoothies. It's been reported around 50,000 of these smoothies a month at $20 a piece. In 10 stores. That's $1 million a month out of their only 10 stores. And she wanted to see if she could turn that smoothie into an ice cream. And she wanted it to be an organic ice cream that was clean label. It also potentially had national distribution. Turns out there's only 2 of those that exist, and we're one of them. And the owner of Erewhon, who's a friend, called me up and said, hey, Jason, are you familiar with Hailey Bieber's strawberry glazed smoothie? This is like 7 months ago. And I said, no, and I wasn't familiar with it. And he said, well, you're living under a rock or you're not looking at TikTok. And I said, it's probably more the latter. But he said, he explained all this to me and said how big it was and said, could you figure out a way using Cosmic Bliss to turn her smoothie into an ice cream flavor that we could sell to people who don't need to come to Los Angeles, which is the only place you can get the smoothie. And I thought about it. I had a bunch of conversations with her business partner and then her, and we decided it was worthwhile and decided we wanted to try it. And part of the reason was, I knew she really wanted to do this, and I knew that she really actually cares about all of the things that she does. She's really, really impressive. And I also felt that one of the challenges of healthy food that has always been a hurdle is that healthy food historically has not been cool. And one of the things that drives consumer behavior is it culturally relevant and is it cool, particularly in the younger generations. And there have been many healthy products that I've seen as a prospective investor or just as a consumer that have an amazing product, actually have amazing ingredients, actually has amazing taste, but for some reason didn't kind of resonate with people and it failed. And so I decided that this was going to be a very interesting initiative for us because there haven't really been a lot of products that have been launched with celebrities that actually have a soul behind them. Most of the products that you've seen that have been launched in the last few years, Mr. Beast chocolate, which now does more revenue than Kit Kat, Prime Energy, which hit 1 billion bottles in 2 years, fastest beverage launch in history, sold 1 billion plastic bottles. And for me, as things scale, I want to try to make the world a better place as it scales instead of make the world a worse place as it scales. And that hasn't really been done. And that hasn't really been done with any celebrities. And so we decided that we were going to do this with Haley as the first of many potential products or brands where we will let some of these celebrities know, and we have many who've already reached out to us, that if you care about making the world a better place and you care about your legacy beyond you were just rich and famous, we're the place where we will hold the standard strict and we won't compromise and we'll do it right. And we'll make sure that your brand and your product or whatever you're affiliated with actually has a soul behind it.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So to legacy builders, I think you only build businesses when you're really thinking about things in the long game. Is this my, so now long term, now with this partnership, and how is that structured exactly? I would love to just know in how you're, thinking about things and how you think about bringing other, partners and celebrities in.
It's going to vary, person by person. And I think part of what we may do is we've had a few celebrities reach out and say they want their own sundae now and they want their own ice cream flavor. And so part of it could be like a Ben & Jerry's 2.0. I also really strongly believe in alignment. And a lot of celebrities who have partnered with brands have been paid cash. And in this instance, she's now an owner and investor in Cosmic Bliss alongside us. So she is very mission aligned with what we're doing.
Amazing. Apparently I'm getting the end of this, but Jason, this was incredible. Do you guys have any, I think I can probably, can I run a little bit later? Okay, perfect. Any questions for Jason? Oh yes, beautiful lady. Can we get a mic?
So we haven't launched the pint yet. That's going to be coming in April, but in Erewhon only. So Cosmic Bliss also has an organic plant-based soft serve that comes out of a machine. It's sort of like a healthy Carvel or a healthy Pinkberry. All 10 Erewhons now sell our soft serve, and you can get it as a sundae. And so what we did as a prelude to the launch of the pint, we made a Hailey Bieber strawberry glaze sundae that's available only at Erewhon. And that launched 2 weeks ago on Valentine's Day. We got very lucky because her and Justin Bieber showed up at Erewhon Beverly Hills and served people, which was a nice surprise. And that sold like a mind-boggling amount of sundaes in the first 2 weeks. So if that's any indication, and if any of you are in Austin and you want to try our organic plant-based soft serve, there's one place that has it in Austin, which is the Foxtrot on First and Annie. And I'm biased, obviously, but it's amazing.
I believe that it is because you seem to be able to innovate and just continue to just build beautiful things. So it's a pleasure. It's an honor to meet you, to know you. And this is exactly why we decided to do this event here is, George, I'd love for you to come up as well because you're building such, and he was our partner. He was the one who, kind of pushed us into, or not pushed us, but helped us manifest his company, Serial Entrepreneur. He's building the future of logistics and is really about sustainability, just like you are. And I think there's like so many partnerships that you guys are going to do. But anyways, with that, what the other part of my 2024 goals, because I am very funny, I have very funny goals, is I wanted to write, I feel like, when you're a business builder, you sometimes are always thinking about business. And so I wrote goals like, dance with 5 times with my family and with, my dad, who's, 77 and all these different people. And then this is my goal. One of our goals was to have the FounderMade song. So I'm going to ask Julia Price, who's our content director, who's an incredible singer-songwriter. We're going to sing the FounderMade song, and it has beautiful, and I'm going to harmonize. I was a great harmonizer, but she's incredible.
I
you
was
look
not
her up
aware of
on.
this happening.
No, I know. Jason,
I'm not sure
Jason,
what
you're
my
not
role is.
singing it. You're not singing it.
Okay.
We're just grateful. Jason, but you might want this in a Hailey Bieber commercial. Okay, we don't know where this is going. No, this is great. But anyways, thank you, Jason. And if you can just be patient with us, we're gonna manifest our FounderMade song, but we also want to thank George for helping us do this. All right, we're gonna do this really quickly.
Is my mic on? Can you hear me?
Okay.
Am I on? Oh, cool.
All right.
We wrote this on Sunday.
Yes, I was
While
running
producing
20
a show.
miles on Sunday, and I say, how's our songwriting going? And Julia already had written it. So I think this is great when I say something and then I actually don't do any of the work and it just gets manifested. It's wonderful.
All right. So all of you, you're in this room because you believe that something that doesn't exist can be created, or you like to surround yourself with those kind of people. And, it's so beautiful. I look out into the audience. You see me yelling at everyone to wrap it up. I also look out at all of you and I watch your faces and I look at the speakers sharing, and it just makes me so happy because just seeing, a moment of something being shared on stage really impact someone. It makes us so worth it for all of the work that the events are and this great FounderMade team. And so this song is kind of about finding, people as crazy as you. All right.
I never quite fit in. I always felt different, but now I found my team, and with you by my side, I know we can bring our dreams to life. I never played by the rules. And always looked like the fool. But after so many times of falling and getting right back up and trying, I know we can bring our dreams to life. I used to feel alone. Exploring life on my own. But now I look around this room and I'm so grateful for you. I found my people. I found my home. I found my people. I found my home.
Thank you guys. And by the way, did you know Megan can sing?
Thank you guys. Enjoy, socialize. Thank you for everything.
hard not having a warm-up. That was very hard. That was actually, I didn't realize. No, I forgot. That was really quick of me. Next slide. That was very ice cream selection. And we're done. Piano is very much.